Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville, and welcome back to another episode of our Mounted Barristers. These are from Creature Caster right here. We did this one a few weeks ago, and we're just going to keep rolling with this particular color scheme right here. There's 4 of these all together, and one of the big questions we had was everything going to be gold, and because we did think about black inlay, and you can see it here, especially I think in these 2 images. Especially the one on the right. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Hey there, Landdressed. Landdressed, it's looking good. Just gotta keep plugging away there, Landdressed. Yeah, even the one on the right. You see, again, that's almost kind of a black-ish type of inset there. So we're just gonna roll with this here. We're gonna do our lighter dry brushy stuff. Then we're gonna do the glazy stuff on top of that. And we're gonna continue with the black cloth here. I don't know if we'll do the horses all in the same all black horses, but I'm kind of thinking that because of the whole, judge thing, that whole motif right there. So yeah, Landdressed, I think it'll be just spiffy. I think it'll be fine. Now, oh, that's where these things are. Okay, that's where they went off too. We will do this here. Oh, of course that's missing. Fine, let me get that. Everybody's favorite Mars yellow deep there. I was just about to reach for it and went, it ain't there. So I hope that that's very fun there, Armored Wolf. Okay, now we're just gonna start off with some of this super simple, nothing terribly complicated here. So yeah, Landdressed, sorry I didn't get to send you more messages. It was another one of those kind of days here. I'll shoot you some more messages about it once the stream is over. But the episode, I got that episode uploaded, so I think I'll just probably post that, well, after the stream, which would be tomorrow. So the next episode was episode 3 of our uh, army painting series on Trench Crusade. That'll be going up on the Patreon page. One thing I did learn is that apparently there is almost kind of like there's what is that partner versus not on Amazon, or sorry, on Twitch/Amazon. That's why I can only upload so many videos at once to the new channel, because it's a new channel and it doesn't have enough subscribers or any of those things that they want. So that's why I'm so restricted, which kind of now makes a little more sense. Now, the downside is, Landdressed, I'm piling up a whole bunch of extra videos now on my main channel, which means all of my Patreon stuff is really hard to find because it's buried underneath all the other videos. I'm going to have to create like a separate playlist just for like Twitch highlights or Twitch sessions or something like that. And see if it can just be kind of sent over there somehow. I don't know. So okay, just gonna do a real quick little dry brushy stuff here. Nothing of any super detail. Now that I've got the color set though, as far as pretty much the color scheme, I can maybe do a little bit more direct painting here instead of kind of, well, let's try this. Do we like it? Yes, no. Now it can just be like, okay, this is what we're doing. Let's just go ahead and do it. No fooling around. And I'm also starting to realize what the heck some of this stuff is. That's the other minor detail there. Is what exactly is some of this stuff? And of course, last night, Cavalry Channel, I didn't realize it was going to be Cavalry Week. Wow, okay, that didn't think that was quite so much later. So also too, the I don't know if I think I might have sent. Oh, maybe I didn't send you a picture of the dust storm Landdressed. So yeah, this apparently Chicago is the new Phoenix. It was 95 yesterday, but yeah, there was a dust storm. Now it wasn't apparently in some other spots of the city. It was way worse than what it was here, and it was you noticed it here. It was almost like that same kind of grayishness you get with an eclipse or something like that. I'll have to send pictures of it to paint, not paint water smell, but to surface tension, so that we can add that to the panoply of bizarre things that he doesn't see over there. I guess all of the tornadoes today were way more deadly than yeah, yesterday was no fun, no party, but today there was some. It got spicy with the tornadoes. There was quite the count racked up. Let's put it that way. That didn't quite happen with the ones yesterday. Now, I'm actually what I'm thinking of doing is reserving. Where's the boss man? Is this boss man? Yeah, it's actually gonna do him today, and then I turned it over like this and went, oh yeah, that's right. I gotta try and see if the AI is gonna create something there. So Landress, there's a couple of other AI programs that I don't know if it's Create AI or something like that. Basically, ones where maybe I wouldn't just get anything, but anytime I type in 40K, I'll get something besides a Space Marine, or I get maybe more when I'm looking for Lord of the Rings references or something like that. They don't just automatically go, nope, you can't, we can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. I don't know why everybody's so worried about, well, certain things, because it's every time I ask the AI to do something, it says I can't do that. It's like the HAL 9000 of technologies right now. And I'm just talking about things like, can you just show, armored, well, that's right, armored wolf can't really hear this. But just in case he can, well, I never did get a chance to send the message that only horizontal stuff works on stream. So the Eagle Nebula, that's why I'm not doing the actual Eagle Nebula. I'd have to alter it and do it with something else, like a planet in the foreground or something like that. So they're not the Eagle's Nebula, the Pillars of Creation. That's it. Those could only be kind of behind something else in the background, because again, I can't do vertical things here. They gotta be horizontal. I think that's nice and messy, and I think that's just, you know what, I might try to go a little, let me see if I can do something a little lighter here with this dry brushy stuff here. Maybe we'll just grab you. That's our faster matter white. Yeah, get things a little lighter. That's really all I needed, was just a tiny bit more. And a couple of these spots here, and now we're just gonna get in there with glaze stuff. What are we gonna use brush-wise here? So again, all the folks in Indiana, hope that you're doing okay there. That was a very rough day for Indiana. I wonder if we're gonna have more delayed aircraft as well here because of all of the dust storm stuff and all that. Because that did hit in the evening. So that is possible. Yeah, I might, fine, let me grab a little bit of the violet here too. I mean, it doesn't have to be a super duper pin line wash or anything. Just has to kind of be in the neighborhood. I'll grab me some more thinner there. Now that's got a bit more of the violet in it. Just going to be changing this around. So Landris, I look forward to seeing what that looks like after the stream. Now, are you pretty much just going to be there at Shea Landris working on that thing, or do you have more of the crew coming over? I know I probably asked like twice last night, and you probably told me 3 times, but it's been one of them kind of days here, so you'll have to forgive me. I don't really remember much of anything. Nor this violet here. Then we get back more to the yellow on that. See, even a little bit of a mixing going to happen there. Well, hopefully all the crew is having some fun. Actually, did you guys ever play some more? Oh gosh, was what was War Machine? Right? They brought back War Machine. Wasn't sure if you guys were still playing some of that, or if it just kind of got interrupted by other things, which happens. That can certainly happen. More of this over here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot the mask is gold. Let's hit that mask. I guess, well, I mean, it is relatively skirmish, right, Landris? There can't be a ton. And I guess are they all printed warjacks now instead of like the old metal stuff that you had to put together? I was wondering about that. No, that's some of the Van Dyke Brown. And some of our... Okay, that really got crimson-y there. It's a highly technical painting term. So doing the plastic thing, huh? More of that Indian yellow there. Now a little bit of a mix of the two. Dropping that over here. Let's get some more of this down into here. I was going to say, Landris, that I thought that there was a whole bunch of it that was printed. And Landris, I think you saw the post, the Instagram post, right? I think that campaign is now finished, right? Because I think today was the last day, so that's finally over and done with. I swear, Landris, I was just like, what in the world is this? Had no clue that was coming. Just showed up at the door, and I went, what am I supposed to do with this? Oh, yeah. Here, let's get more of the violet back in there again. Yeah, I wanted to try and use the rotating kind of carousel photo thing but there was no time to do that. All I had time for was just to set up a quick thing. They also chose a very poor week for wanting me to be posting stuff to social media. That pretty much is par for the course. Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit more of the magenta. Okay, it's a little bit too much magenta. We will retreat a bit here. I think you can see how that does change a little bit, right? It goes kind of more of a, it's got more of a reddish look to it. And then now maybe even more of an orangey look down there. And now we go away from that. We got more of the violet in there, so now it's going to be more of a brown slash amber. Yeah, there's that little bit over there now. These things, we are just going to mix up a red here, whatever. Because that's what we did with those. That is what we did with them. Okay, let me put this here. Get more of this almost kind of a reddish color here. Just mixing the magenta with that Windsor red just to kind of create a red. So it's like an even poorer man's Perline red. Don't even have the alizarin crimson out here. I think eventually I might break out. Oh yeah, the Perline crimson for some of the darkest areas. I know we want these red also. I think. Yep, I thought I had one more zoom left. Still had that set from the Spacescape last night. In you go. There's some red. Ah, that's funny. I don't think I can even tell Armored Wolf that there's a an old style bot in the chat there. Hey there, Blades. Yeah, unfortunately, Armored Wolf can't really hear me, so hopefully Armored Wolf can see that. Not much I can do about it here, unfortunately. So yeah, Blades, I don't know if you got the dust storms up there. I'll be sending you pictures. It was another very weird day. So you, oh, and Blades, everybody please give Blades 81 a follow. So Blades, I hope that you had a good stream. Sorry that I couldn't watch your stream. It was another big weather day here. So everything was all focused on that. Thanks, Armored Wolf. So yeah, Blades, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. And again, sorry I couldn't be there in your that's what I heard. Okay. Yeah, I actually talked to other folks here and they could not remember a dust storm ever, much less anything like what happened. So it was basically like the city became Phoenix all of a sudden or whatever. Now this is going to be for the horsey here. Oh, he doesn't have the barding hanging down like the other horsey did. Okay. And these are from Creature Caster here. So yeah, Blades, basically you got sort of the remnants of what came through here. But the stuff that happened today actually was worse than yesterday. Probably because it was much further south and obviously way warmer air to be messing around with. Also, it's closer to the Gulf, which means it's also going to be, there's probably going to be more moisture. You're not going to have a cap in place like we did here. So yeah, Blades. There were people in the southern suburbs. They sent me pictures, and I mean it was a wall of dust. I mean here it was just it kind of got that darker gray and everything. I thought it was raining or whatever. But oh no, they really got some serious dust out there. Because people kind of you know there's outside of here in the suburb, it's all farm fields and everything else. So that's gonna go somewhere. Okay, so I think we've got our glazes in place there. Now let me do a little something on the. It's not really a halberd. It's not really a lance. I'm just gonna put something on there. Whatever. And of course, Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Of course. And again, appreciate you being here. And in a second here, after I get some of these glazy things on here, we'll check out our 2D spacescape from last night. And we'll bring this over here to use more. That's just our the Van Dyke Brown from. So it's really more of a. It's really more like a burnt umber, really. In the end. Getting all those legal scrolls there, whatever. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared. And everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. More of that on our skilly friends there. More of that on this. More of our scrolls here. Again, gonna let that also blend with that initial dry brushy stuff that we did, because that's what it's there for. More of our dark lazy stuff. We're going to be putting a bunch of ground cover on the rocks and everything. That's why we are not spending a whole bunch of time painting the rocks. We're almost there now. We gotta let me get back to our ombre color here for these guys. And I know everybody kind of tends to make the skulls be very white and everything, but I mean, unless you're either in a lab or something like that, or you're maybe in the high Andes or in Peru or something like that, that skull would be very much stained. It'd be almost black because it'd be picking up all of the calcium, all the minerals from the soil around it and the water. It would all go right into that structure there and get absorbed. So yeah, your skelly friends really should be kind of a stained sort of a thing. Even in the desert. me put a little. Actually, I brought my Severus Blue back out here. Well, the not Severus Blue anyhow. From our horsey. So that was our Spacescape from last night. As the most recent, that was what, round 7. So it has been 7 weeks since Adepticon. This is the 7th weekend afterwards, which in some ways feels like, wow, that's not as much as I thought. Now, of course, speaking of passage of weeks, it is time, almost, for the Council of Miniature Painters. That will be this Sunday. That is on Monster Den stream. Zambies is the guest, right, Blades? So again, it seems, like, oh, it's been a really long time, and it's like, wait a minute, okay, that's only 7 weeks. And it feels like it's been a little bit longer than that. I might, I see what I can do right here. Wait a minute, let me get this umber over here. We got these rains. Let's hit these guys. Didn't see these. I actually got that chromium green. So that's actually a really nifty color there, Landress. And yeah, the wooden boxes from the Gamlin, I keep saying reclaimed earth colors, right, right, Landress. I think I was using that wooden box to try and basically put all the like especially basing bits, because you know how it is. You got a whole bunch of them in the curing machine. There's like potentially upwards of 30, 40 of them just bouncing around. And Blades, was there any specific? I know I've asked you like a bazillion times. Sorry to keep bugging you. There probably is none, but is there a specific topic in mind? Because I did try to think, about some sort of responses, whatever, for the last question, which we covered on the last council. Now, looking at my other one, we went with red on these things. Is there one over on this? There is one over here. Oh, that's right, and we have the hammer and the quill. That's kind of what we went with as the freehand motif. So everybody join on Monster Den stream. That is going to be coming up this Sunday. And we'll leave that be. Actually, I think I can maybe try to put some lighter stuff on these. Speaking of Skelly friends here, let me get this. Some violet mixed with the Van Dyke brown there. So again, these are kind of a grayish type of a thing here. Let me see. So there is one. Well, I mean, there's still time, right, Blade? You can always just shoot me a message and say, okay, it's this, and that'll do just fine. That'll be just fine. So no biggie. Fine, I'm gonna steal a little bit of that. So again, some of the Skelly friends here. We want them to, again, have some kind of what kind of seems like some staining there. And I also, again, want to utilize, that's not a pre-glaze, it's more of a post-glaze. So who knows, I could be basing something, I could be prepping stuff. That's it could be a little bit of each. really depends. Yeah, you know what? Here, let me get a little bit of that Payne's Gray going on the horse himself. Not quite sure if let's see. Okay, yeah, he did have a little bit of the Payne's Gray on him. Okay. Going to also use a little bit of that. Not ice blue. No, now we've kind of got an ice blue here. Like so. Do some more here. Now it would be nifty. I wish I could be working on a couple of these at once. I think I'm gonna do work on a couple on the stream on the Saturday stream. So tomorrow's stream, which is still 40 minutes from now. So we still are not to a happy Saturday yet here. I know for other folks it's already a happy Saturday. So Blades, hopefully the Jays aren't doing too bad. I mean it is still only May 16th, so technically it's only mid-May. I mean, as long as you're not down there in last place, like certain other teams, there is still a chance. We have an idea of who those teams might be, right, Blades? Let's see, doing some of that over. Oh, the ears. Let's get the ears darker. Because those are actually the horsey's ears. That's not armor or something like that. So we'll work it like so. Okay. I think I can, I can get some of the later stuff here on this. Again, it's not a halberd. Not quite sure what this is. I mean, it's sort of like it's like a lance hammer. Well, Blades, I mean, I don't remember if the more recent World Series winners also had to come from the wild card spot, but that's certainly happened several times, right? And again, it's early. That whole thing in the standing, I mean, you know how it is. That could shift massively. A week and a half, you can go from 5 games down to a half game out. Or if you're another team that we know from here, you could go from 5 games out to 15 games out in the space of a week, because that's what they do really well. I wonder, did I... Okay, so even this needs to be darker then. Alright, we'll change that to... What do we do on the back? Okay, that was... we left that more of the, well, de facto gold, I guess. Lighten you up a little more there. I don't think I really did a whole bunch here. Actually, Blades, I haven't heard anything from Horns fan in a while. I wonder, no idea how the Rangers are doing. He is our, well, you and Horns fan are baseball reporters. Obviously, Recoil and I, we're focused on Aussie rules football. And of course, at 4:35 tonight, your Western Bulldogs take on the Bombers, which is going to be a very critical game. Pretty much whoever wins is, well, in the 8. Whoever loses, going to be out. And just that simple. Win, you're in. Lose, you're out. Let me do this here. Yeah, we'll get a little more of that lighter stuff on the underside of this. Again, none of this is even close to our lightest light. Maybe it's a mid-tone. That's about it. So what I want to do for the freehand on the boss man, that's that painting that I want to have in the diorama itself. Essentially, it would be kind of be your Lady Justice, but done as a demon. And that I'm not so sure. It seems to me like most of the programs would just kind of say, "Oh, sorry, dude, can't do that." Nope, can't do that. There has to be some kind of one there, Landras, that doesn't just basically say, "Yeah, here you gave us $20. Now we won't make anything that you want us to make or need us to make." So again, that's the little skelly friends getting a little lighter there. You can see again there's some bluishness to that. Well, basically black. Now here on the scroll, nah, I'll just keep it simple with this as a blending brush here. So I want that a little bit lighter there. I think you can, yeah, see, you can see what we did on our scroll over there. I guess I need to change my focus here because we have changed the object that we are painting. I'll do that. Should probably get me a little bit of something on that. There's some kind of gray. Do that here. Don't need to really fool around with a whole bunch of freehand stuff on the scrolls underneath the horse. So you can't really see them. You know, I'm actually going to get me a little bit of the green in this now. So yep, some of our skelly friends actually getting a little bit of green on them. It's very much a seafoam green. Little skelly piles here from Make It Epic Basing, of course. Let me get some more of this over here. I'm gonna switch back. Where's my... Oh, but nah, see, that's gonna be too yellowish. Let's do this. Let's change it to almost more of a pinkish type color here. That's it. Used to do that all the time with their skelly friends. Ah, we never really did much up here either, did we? With that one. So we got that's basically our Terra Rosa. It's going to be mixed with this essentially radiant violet here. No, I don't want to lose the dark on that skelly friend because we're going to lose that staining we were talking about. Actually is, yeah, see, that's a typical Spotted brush, it's already so beat up, can't even do anything with it. Let me see if, okay, now I've got our regular liner brush in hand. So we can do some more on this. And we'll maybe go a little lighter in a couple spots here on our skelly front, because it really is kind of dark. What we're doing there is barely a middle tone. How you doing there, Eclipse? Great to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. Drop a little more of our light down there. Yep. And this stuff, you can see that's not quite so shiny up there, right? So we can get back at that and start putting some of our lighter golds on that too. So yeah, blades, again, I'm glad that the stream was a fun one. And hopefully a certain doggy kind of behaved himself there during the stream. Thanks, Eclipse. Appreciate that. So yeah, and again, here is our, speaking of the Cavalry channel, last night we painted this up. Again, another one of our spacescapes there. And, well, we are going to be doing what we did here last week. Not last week, our last round on our mounted barristers, or the mounted baristas as we call them. Got one of the most feared and hated of all cavalry units here in Wapelville. They go around yelling out random names, chucking styrofoam cups of scalding hot coffee at people. The mounted baristas. Very deadly. Also very kind of self-centered too. So again, we got a little bit of light on that scroll right there. So what we've got, two more of these. One of them kind of is the boss man. And then what we're going to start doing is I'll be filming a series in which we turn this whole batch of guys actually into a diorama. So probably not with these guys, unless I were to do the same thing that I did with, now that's something I guess I could do, is really just take these guys and try to kind of like reverse engineer the diorama to fit them. I'm not so sure that's the best idea. Well, no, that would be for a unit. Never mind, we don't need them removable. So yes, they are just going to be sitting on there. That's right, never mind. Change your plans. Let me throw a little bit of that over here too. So again, our scroll's looking a bit later. I have been printing out a whole bunch of these things. All kinds of basing bits for our mounted barrister diorama. That was the one category that I didn't do in Resin Beast this last year. So thought, well, let's do that. And obviously we will record the entire process just like we did for all of our other entries. every single brush stroke of every single, actually even the prepping and basing of everything that entered in the Resin Beast, that was all either done on stream or in tutorials. We're talking about, let's say, I think 3 different basing tutorials, at least 4 different streams. We did the Resin Beast, Road to the Resin Beast series. I think that was also 6 episodes. Again, all that on the Patreon page. Oh, look at this. Now we're starting to work in some of the lights here. Not sure if that should also have a black inlay, or if we're just going to keep going with the more the goldish look. I think that's probably what we'll end up doing. And then, of course, we have this crazy sort of face right here. I want to make sure that we get some of our green into that too. Work in some of that over here. Okay, we got that. Even this, nowhere near as light as we can go, but that's kind of the whole point, is we want to hang on to that last bit of lightest light. We're gonna work in some of our grayish green colors. We got to work in some ambers. In we go there. Touch more of our light here. Some more, yeah, let's get a little bit of it down here. And it is a little bit more of a neutral light. Again, not the not super warm or super yellow, not super orange. We're almost in effect here, doing a little bit of a like a semi-dry brushy kind of thing right there. Let's get rid of that. That doesn't go on. There we go. And I'll probably come back at those with my, yeah, I'll get some of our Perline Crimson to hit that. That's getting a little too light right there. We don't want to go too crazy with that. We are trying to pick up a little bit of the filigree there. Now, a lot of this is very dark, so we're going to try to lighten up as much of this stuff as we can. See where my hand is on this brush here? No death grip on that metal ferrule, right? How about nowhere near it? Like that. Let's do this here. Right there. Sure, we'll lighten this up a little more down there. And what is going on here? Oh yeah, good. That's not dry, but that has set enough where I can kind of come back in here and start putting a little bit of something lighter there. Again, this is a kind of a mid-tone. We're gonna work some of that chromium oxide green, and especially our shadow areas. Might even start doing some of that now. It's a little bit of the brown in there too, and might even in some places mix up the Mars Yellow Deep there. Oh, we want to make sure there's actually some green in that. Okay, there. I know it's doesn't have to be like bash you over the head obvious green. That's not really the point. I can even maybe start to use a little bit of the not radiant green in here for that same sort of mid-tone. And what were you? 52 minutes in, that's it. Only 52 minutes in, and we've got plenty of our gold now metallic underway here. Again, starting to feather in a little bit of that kind of greenishness right here. It's right next to that basically bluish black horse, so that's why it's like, what's with the greenish gray? That's why. What's around it? Bunch of gray that's kind of got a bluish tint to it. Gold is supposed to be so shiny, then unless it's got, again, some kind of anti-shine Scotch guarding on it or something like that, it should have some sort of reflections of that sort of stuff, like here. It's not just reflected light, it's got a little bit of that greenshness. Same thing down here. Remember we were talking about that kind of on the horse's head over here. Some of that maybe over here. So, oh yeah, you can see that starting to emerge a little bit. More of our thinner on the brush. This is one of the more beat up liner brushes, actually. So it's seen a bunch of action, we'll put it that way. And it's a veteran. It's a veteran of many paint wars. Did I? Nope, I didn't really get any of that over here. That's again our lighter greenish gray. We want some of that on his arm. It's facing down towards the ground. So it needs to have some of that. Get that working under here. And again, if everybody could please sign or subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. It's a new YouTube channel, and the whole point of that is that's where all of the sessions here, all of our Twitch sessions, are going to have to go there because Twitch is removing all of that. So basically, you really can't store anything there. You can have 100 minutes, or 100 hours or something like that. Well, that's not even a month of streaming for me. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting to the Patreon page. Again, well, on Saturday, which is basically tomorrow, or in about 16 minutes, it will be today. I will be posting that next video there, I believe. Normally I would make it the 18th, but I think we're going to do it on the 17th. Again, trying to get down into here, some of that grayish green. Oh yeah, definitely need some of it over here. Holy smokes. Just like that. And no, we'll leave that alone. That's also maybe going to get some of the... oh, that's going to be later too. It's got to get some of our blues in it. It's almost like a sky blue-ish type of thing. Well, it's a whole lot easier doing this, having a reasonably clear idea of what it is we want to do color scheme-wise for these guys here. Because the last time we painted these, it was a genuine color test figure episode, pretty much. I was just kind of going like, okay, do we want it to be like this? Do we want to do the black inlay armor everywhere, or just in a few places? What color we want the horses to be? I can see some of that even lighter green now here. You hit this too. Also along here, there's tons of filigree here. There are, I think we just did them as some kind of inlaid gemstone kind of thing. So I get something simple. Nothing terribly complex. In here as well. Get these guys, get more that sort of greenish reflection. We can also go more towards the violet too, sort of that violet gray. But yeah, I know, folks. Even when if it's true metallic gold, it still is gonna have this greenish reflection. It's gonna have some of the violet in there. It's not just gonna be a whole bunch of yellow. Is that part of gold? Well, sure. Is that all there is? Nope. And that's why a lot of people, they'll do something that's supposed to be gold, and it's like, well, those are some neat imperial fists you got there. Every so often, I might grab some of my stuff from a scale ale container. Boy, this is pretty hefty when it's got the stuff in there. So yeah, that's our fabulous scale ale design there that we did. Wally the Walrus. I was just, I think it was last week where I was transferring the Merry and Pippin as cats stream, and also the new Wally the Walrus stream. get this more here. Again, with some of the lighter green. Then we come back with some of our darks too. We'll be bringing some violet. Now I'm talking about really dark violet, kind of Egyptian violet. That's gonna come into some of our darks here. A little bit of everything. Again, that's almost like a semi-dry brush type of thing there. Is that a little... Okay, yeah, there's a... Yeah, it's kind of fun being able to do this, because now I can just kind of just charge right ahead and say, alright, this is going to be this color. There's no mystery, like, oh, should we go this way or that way with it? So now it's just, okay, what's the fastest way to get to that, as opposed to what are we looking to get to? Definitely down in here. We'll get some of that. I mean, here, because it's, again, it's all in shadow there anyway. And then when we start to get into our more our kind of Indian yellow, maybe mixed with some of our fast matte white or whatever, then that really has a big effect, because in all these other places, your lights or lighter mid-tones, they've got this cooler greenish gray color. Contrast, of course, it's more than just light versus dark, right? There's these crazy faces on basically the greaves on the horse. Oh, it also reflects some of our red there too, I guess, yeah. Fine, I'll get some of that not naphthol red and some of the black together. Try to get way down there into those shadow areas. It's not a pinline wash, because that would basically track everywhere. That would go all over the place. That's not something that we need. We need plenty of stuff reflecting on the horse's armor here. Let's say to him, is it the... What do we call this? The hammer halberd? More of that again, darker, almost reddish violet. See how that starts to stand out a bit more. Not just darker, there's also, now we're getting to have a bit of a color contrast. We already have, for all intents and purposes now, a red versus green contrast. And of course that's it's one of your most well-known, one of your stronger types of color/temperature contrasts. Hey there, Lord Dave. Glad that things didn't get too crazy down there. So, Lord Dave, this is the... I guess I should have done this for the Thursday of Kentucky Derby, right, Lord Dave? I didn't quite think of that. Lord Dave, of course, if you want to share your Song of Ice and Fire. Actually, hey, Lord Dave, how is your freehand coming out? And I guess I know you posted that to Facebook, right, Lord Dave? So yeah, Lord Dave, why don't you post that fabulous freehand that you're doing? And Lord Dave, I don't know if your ReaperCon classes are all filled. If they're not totally filled or whatever, if you want to post the link to where folks can sign up for your classes for ReaperCon there. So yeah, Lord Dave, I asked around, and I was asking my older siblings, and again, my some of my older siblings are 8 to 11 years older than me. They couldn't remember dust storms either, much less something like that. So while I'm sure that has happened in the past, I mean, it could have happened in 1930s, right, in the Dust Bowl era. So yeah, if you wanted to again, post a link to your class there, where there are still open spots left. That'd be magnificent. Yeah, Lord Dave, I mean, obviously there's, like Armored Wolf and I were talking about, there's lots of farm fields around here. I mean, once you get outside the city and the suburban ring and everything else, it is basically just farms, and the suburbs used to all just be farms. I mean, all of these, there's suburbs like Aurora and some of these other places, they used to be their own cities. They weren't suburbs. The suburbs came to them. They didn't come here, the suburbs came to them. So yeah, I don't know if Max is still live, but he talked about how he was going to have to basically be live like every day for the next week or so. And obviously things didn't go super well for Indiana today, right? Right, Lord Dave? Let me drop those in here. So everybody check out that the Facebook link there. Again, that's some super fabulous free handy stuff there. Lord Dave, I don't want to jinx you on any of your MSP stuff, your Reaper MSP. So I'll just say I hope that that all works out. I don't want to get any specific because that'll jinx it. Yeah, Lord Dave, that was kind of a repeated thing. That wasn't, usually, okay, there's going to be that line of storms, right? Your derecho type of a thing that comes through and then it's gone. But that was just like, oh, it happened once, it happened twice, it happened 3 times. Where's my. Oh, yeah, yeah, you gotta get significantly more dark in there. So again, for all the folks watching, say from Indiana, I know it got kind of tricksy on the East Coast too. I guess there was even in Washington D.C. there were things that didn't go very well. They didn't end well. So again, for all the folks that got affected by that, we're hoping that things are okay. And of course, yesterday it was Wisconsin's turn, a little bit of Minnesota as well. So here's hoping for the best for you guys. Yeah, Lord Dave. I mean, was it the all the stuff that I did for Resin Beast and all that? It was really more about the tutorials, and that's what's it for Gen Con. All of the stuff that I'm doing, the whole point of it is to record the process. And by recording the process, you inevitably sort of self-analyze the process. And it almost kind of says, like, on the fly, as you're doing it, okay, is this really the best way? Is there this another way of doing it? Since you're trying to show folks how you're doing it, You're constantly saying, I wonder, maybe we need to think of this a different way. And again, this is the one we painted a few weeks ago before all of the Dark Angel Terminator stuff hit. 1 hour, 10 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. I can show you exactly what it looked like. That's what it looked like. Oh, by the way, I think this is the red-brown primer. It's not the terracotta. This is the red-brown mixed with the black. That's kind of a nifty... That's not black, actually. That is actually this really funky, almost kind of grayish brown, which I kind of like that a lot. That was kind of neat, I have to say. Now, let me grab one of these guys maybe here. And again, for everybody says, sorry I can't get to Gen Con there, or sorry, to ReaperCon. We'll just, I know I was really hoping to get there this year, but it's just going to have to be next year. That is a much nicer edge on that. Well, Erda might go, I don't think you want what Indiana got. Right, right, Lord Dave? Yeah, you don't want that. It also didn't cool things down because they're just getting hit again. So it didn't change anything except the landscape, as in things that were there aren't there anymore. Hey there, Action Surge. Nice to see you again. Hope that you're doing well. So yeah, the plan is to do the Badger booth again. I actually have to gather together all of some more of those. I got basically giant versions of these hot press illustration boards. So Surge, I'm glad that things are definitely going better there. Sometimes it can be hard, right? Right, Surge, where I mean, things are crazy for so long. It just kind of you almost start to think, well, okay, that's just how it is. It's just always going to be like this. We're never going to get ourselves a little bit of a break or anything like that. I know it's a tough thing to. Sometimes you just got to keep battling through for quite some time before maybe just sometimes it's almost like with the oil painting, one little thing, and you say, aha, okay, that's it. Yeah, Lord Dave, that's ironically enough, Lord Dave, that's almost exactly what I said. I said for folks that lived in Wisconsin, now you might be in Michigan now or something. Because it was that sort of next level. So yeah, Surge, that crisis fatigue stuff, that is not that's not some made up thing. That's a genuine thing. After a while, it's just like, okay, Pavlov's dog. That's it. Yes. I keep thinking of Pavlov's dog. Let me see if we can't make this a little later up there. Well, Artemichael, that's fabulous. And of course, Artemichael, if you want to share that or whatever other stuff there in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. I mean, Artemichael, all things considered, would you say that you got those things painted pretty darn fast? Let's see, Lord Dave, you didn't happen to hear the name of Max's cat, did you? Max's cat is actually named Cheese Curd because anytime he orders cheese curds from Culver's, it's a jinx, and there's basically a tornado outbreak. It's so well known that basically on days like today, people insist that he must have eaten cheese curds. It's a thing of legend on the Max Velocity channel. Now it's officially canon. So yeah, if he orders cheese curds from Culver's, inevitably there is some kind of weather event, right, Rottweiler? So Rottweiler, I hope hope that you don't have any Wisconsinites in with all the Michiganders there. Nice to see you there, Vortalis. Happy. Oh, nope, now it's a happy Saturday. It is now a happy Saturday. Holy smokes. Wow, look at that. Adelaide's got a lead on the Pies. So the Crows leading the Pies right now, mid third quarter. Look at that. That's spicy. So everybody please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Rottweiler, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Actually, is Morty done there, Rottweiler? I wasn't sure. Actually, you're not streaming tonight, are you, Rot? Actually, Rottweiler, I think that Recoil is kind of occupied. Well, obviously trying to take care of mom and all that kind of stuff. So I wasn't sure if you and Recoil had anything going on in the chat there, or if you've been playing the what was it? Something Minds over Moria. Let's see. You were on with Recoil last night. Yeah, that had to be pretty late because I only started the stream a little bit after things started hitting the coastline of Michigan there. So glad that you were okay there, Rottweiler. And I was talking about those things all during the stream. And Lord Dave, I'm glad that things are reasonably okay down there. So from Moria to Minecraft. Well, glad that you didn't have any of the power stuff go on. Actually, Rottweiler, today we had a massive dust storm here. Which, when I asked my older siblings and stuff, I said, do you guys remember one of these here? And they said, nope. Okay, that was my next question there, Rot, was if it's going to hit that close. But again, glad that you guys are okay. Because there's none of that has been stuff to fool around with. But yeah, that's what came through here. Well, actually, what you got, what really came through Wisconsin for the most part. And I wasn't sure how things went for my brother in Fond du Lac there. It seemed like it sort of edged around them. But today was a very rough day as far as things being removed from the landscape. I don't know, Lord Dave, if you heard the one story where Max was talking about a report of a guy who was picked up by the tornado, basically blown around like a rag doll. He landed on the ground and he just got up and walked away. literally got picked up like a Stretch Armstrong doll or something like that, got flung around and just walked away. Let me do some of this here. Again, getting some of that lighter stuff. Everybody, please check out that that Instagram link that Art of Michael posted there. I'm gonna try again, keep working some of these lights in here. Gonna work on that over here. Rottweiler, everybody check out the Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Rottweiler, do you remember and they obviously they still have it. It's the hockey game that's got I think there's like four, is there five or, no, there's like 5 or 6 control rods on either side. And you basically can swap out the images, right, on the different the guys, so that, if you want it to be Red Wings, you got Red Wings. If you want it to be Avalanche, you could have the Avs on there, Hawks, whatever. We used to have that when I was a kid. So yeah, right. Well, I was gonna try and take that unit of the what was that? Those Deathwing Terminators. I wanted to put that on the rotating thing, and then take a video of that and post that to the Instas, but that didn't happen. There was a lot of rotating stuff, but not my unit there. Yeah, I guess it used to be played in there was like the scoreboard right at the top of it. Now we never had the bubble part of it. We only ever just had basically the little plexiglass sides on it, and that's it. And basically the goalie controller is just a little thing you control with your thumb. And then everybody else is the rod. Then you got obviously your 2 defensemen, your 2 forwards, and your center. Okay, there's that. I think at one point I had some of those saved in the cart on Amazon, just in case they ever came way down in price or something like that. They never really did. Anyway, we'll be coming back with some more of our darks on some of that as well. Right now, I just want to pick out some of this filigree here and see what in the world is going on. Because, of course, each one is going to be a tad bit different. This mostly has our yellow in it. Whereas some of our other stuff have the green. What we'll be doing is coming back with some of the Toro Rosa, some orange here and there. Well, we got that for that eye. Sure, we'll just do it like that. Start getting some fingers and some knuckles on this barrister here. Again, these are the mounted barristers from Creature Caster. And again, everybody please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Okay, I'm glad that you guys are okay, and glad that the power wasn't out for too long. And again, here's hoping that folks are okay down there in Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio is also getting some of that. sure we're lighting some of this down here. And again, if you ever have that kind of weather hitting your area, I do recommend you have on max velocity instead of your local guys, because everything Max does is in real time. There's no commercials, so it's not like your house is now being treated to like a Wizard of Oz up in the air sort of thing, and they're still on commercials while your house is being blown away. No, there are no commercials. He's live for sometimes 12, 13 hours at a time. He's got chasers on the ground. He accesses security cameras. Oh, and Lord Dave probably went off to sleep by now, but if you were, don't ever park under an underpass. You might think, oh, it'll be safe here from the storm under this underpass. Well, first of all, you're going to create a big traffic jam behind you, which might all crash into you, so not good. Also, you basically put yourself in a wind tunnel. If there is debris, you're not going to be protected from it. You're going to get more of it because they're going to be funneled in there, literally like a wind tunnel. So yeah, Rottweiler, I can only imagine, and that was in your overnight hours too. So yeah, no CPAP machine, but yeah, do not park under an underpass. There's about 15 reasons why not to do it, and no reasons to do it. Let me get this right here with some more of our light there. Yeah, Rottweiler, I don't know if it's actually illegal to do it because, I mean, if a vehicle breaks down under an underpass, it's like, well, what are you going to do? You didn't do it on purpose because you didn't want your vehicle breaking down there, or you have flat tire or something like that, right, Rottweiler? But intentionally do not do that. So basically what Max does, Rottweiler, is he does shaming. So we'll type shame in the chat because he'll show the video because you can see it's on all these highway cameras. And there'll be a traffic jam all of a sudden for miles because you got people parked under an overpass. So this is not just a cavalry channel. It's not just a cuisine channel or an exercise channel or an Aussie Rules football channel or Lord of the Rings channel or a freehand channel or an object source lighting channel. Also non-metallic and freehand. But we also offer, it's a weather channel too, and we offer safety tips, highway safety tips. You don't get that from just any Twitch channel. Speaking of Aussie Rules, well, now the Pies have a 10-point lead. We're getting very late in quarter number 3. Now, yeah, Rottweiler, it's just, it literally is the worst place to be. I mean, it's not good being out there on the road no matter what, but popping yourself under an overpass, that is the worst place to be. More of our, again, this is our later stuff. We will be coming back in with some of our Toro Rosa and that sort of stuff here. Because what are we looking at? So 90 minutes in. 90 minutes ago, This had no paint on it whatsoever. Again, it's a whole lot easier doing this one than the first one because now we pretty much have decided, okay, like these things, we weren't sure those going to be red. What are those supposed to be? Nice to see you there, Denethor. Everybody please give Denethor a follow. Of course, Denethor, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat? Of course, as always, Denethor, great to see you. And it's a happy Saturday now. It is officially a happy Saturday in Walpoville. Now, what I'm hoping to do is to be able to get to the AI there, and again work up a freehand for this cloak. So this might be our barista for our Saturday stream. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared. Everybody please give Denethor a follow. So Denethor, I hope everything is fabulous. So yeah, Denethor, we were talking about the dust storms that were in this area. So yesterday was all about we were trying to convince surface tension to move here because he would enjoy the earthquakes and the floods and the tornadoes. Now we can add dust storms to it. Oh, and of course the blizzards and the heat waves. And we will be going from about 95 degrees down to potentially in the low 40s for lows just in a few days. He would have really loved North Dakota. I think it was earlier this week, which had 90 some odd degrees one day. 2 days later, it was snowing. So appreciate you being here, Denethor. And of course, there was our horsey from last night. So yeah, we got all kinds of horsies going on here. Yeah, it's so much easier doing this, knowing from the get-go what it is that we wanted to have here. Again, for a second there, on the last guy, we thought, well, maybe that's going to be a black inlay for that portion, and we tried it, and it was just like, nah, we need to just have that be our gold. Might also in a few here try to work on some of our lighter reds too. Now, well, good luck with the UV resin there, Denethor. I know some people use it for, like, when they're resin prints, they're gluing stuff together with it, or they're using it to seal things, and I had no success with that myself. Now, maybe I thought I had a 405 light, but as I've been told, not all 405 lights are created equal. That's for sure, Denethor. Yep, these are equine lawyers right here. Yes, the dreaded mounted baristas, right, Denethor? Again, a feared and terrible unit. They just yell out random names and chuck scalding hot cups of coffee at people. And then the worst thing is, after doing all that, they expect you to give them a tip. Now, the lighter stuff up on his wig, I'm going to maybe see if I can't use some of this essentially radiant blue here. See, minus that piece of fuzz that's on the brush. Yeah, 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds, Denethor. It's that critical 11 seconds, right? Yeah, but basically 95 minutes ago, we can show you exactly what it looked like. That's what it looked like. Exactly 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 30 seconds ago. Again, no fooling around, no layers. Hashtag no layers. No layers in Wampleville. Try to get, again, this has got a little bit of bluishness to it, so that it stands out from all of our golds and oranges and everything else. Besides just, oh, it's lighter, because guess what? Our gold highlight's going to also be light. You can't do you can't blink. Don't be like the weeping angel. No, you want to be like the weeping angel who cannot blink. That's what you want to be like. So emulate the weeping angel. If you blink, you will most definitely miss something. And again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared, and please give Denethor a follow, because actually now, Denethor, did you end up streaming yesterday? Well, I guess, well, now it is yesterday afternoon. Hopefully you did. I'm sure it was really fun. Work on some of this here. Let me get that light up on the top of that. Some more of it there. Is this? Okay, that's scoped a little bit different than I thought it was. That's okay. We'll get some rusty stuff on our skelly friend down there too. That's good, Denethor. Glad that you could do some workout stuff. Let me just get some of our basically Severus blue that we were using plenty of last night. We'll go in these areas here on basically what is meant to sort of be black. I mean, they're lawyers, black robes. That's kind of what we're thinking here with all of this. That's why I got the black there. That's good, Denethor. I have to say that the new exercise implement that I got there, that has been working out pretty well. It's far superior to the one that I had. I never had one like the other, so I didn't quite know what the expectations should be for something like that. Now I know. Now, well, look at that. Now it's only 86 degrees in the streaming room here. Yeah, it's a cool 86 degrees now. It was only about 71 degrees or so not long ago, just a few days ago during a stream. Now that's got a little bit more of the magenta. I didn't want it to be too orangey because we're going to be doing orange stuff there. Also, we will have to reflect some of this onto the armor too. I haven't really been able to do too much of that, unfortunately. I've kind of had to substitute several other things for it. Because there's kind of stuff all over the place and there really is nowhere to do that. Work some more of our light in there. Here. Don't want this to get too. I want this to get too much of the thinner in there. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we had the first part. We did not have the second part, and that was the key. Here was that the dew points, you had 95 degrees, but the dew points were actually maybe in the low 60s to maybe mid 60s. Once you get over 20 in the spread, that makes it much less suitable environment for tornadic stuff. Didn't really have the discrete supercells necessary either. So yeah, Artemiko, it sounds pretty toasty there. I think today it got up to 88. I think we could, I don't know, potentially by Tuesday, Wednesday, could be in the 50s for high temperatures. Do this like so. That's interesting. So Artemiko, you might want to get yourself some dehumidifiers. I mean, I've got 4 of them going in the basement at all times. I mean, part of it is just because of all the filament and everything. It's got to be as dry down there as possible. Now it's 86 in this room, but it's also 30% humidity. So it's a dry heat, as they say in here. And that again, that has a lot to do with the dehumidifiers going. It makes a big difference. Let me see something here. Let me get a little bit of the orange into this too. So we're taking some of the still too much of the orange. Let me back away a little bit. Let me try this. See, that's going to be still too orangey. I need to make that fine. I'll grab a little bit of the magenta then. Let's try this. For something even lighter. Then we'll also have to come back at that with our Perline Crimson, our real dark stuff there. Now, yeah, let's get a little bit of that red reflected over here. We'll get some of that over here. That's our lighter red. Well, we need some of that up here. I don't really have much of our light there. And again, we'll get some of that reflected onto this gold. If it's going to be shiny gold, Somehow that red has to be reflected there in some way, shape, or form. Now, yeah, I don't have one of those. That's for sure. Is it sort of like the opposite of a heating pad or heating or an electric blanket? Well, I guess it would have to be an electric blanket if it's a cooling system. But I didn't know there were blankets that also cool. I thought the only thing were blankets that made things warmer. Yeah, I'm gonna get me a little bit more of that lighter red here, and then that will also reflect on this filigree right next to them. Really has to. Let me work in, yeah, some of that now. Man, just 1 hour 46 minutes ago, there was no color on this anywhere. There was nothing. Yeah, Michael. I mean, I thought I was using a lot between my printers, my computers, my dehumidifiers and stuff. It probably pales in comparison to the. Wasn't one of those like the Christmas vacation movies or something like that where they turn on their Christmas lights and the entire city goes dark or something like that? Ooh, let me get this going here. So yeah, I wonder. No, we'll wait. No, actually, I might try it. Let me get that Perline Crimson out here. The magical Perline Crimson. So welcome back there, Rottweiler. So again, Rottweiler, I hope that things are a little bit more peaceful there today. Now there we go. There is our nice juicy dark red. I mean, it's not just a dark red. It's the intensity of that pigment too that does matter. Well, what now? We won't do that here. We'll do that over here now. Now, it is not a pin line wash. It's sort of thinned a little bit so that it flows nice and easy, but yeah, it is not, in this case, not a pin line wash here. So, well, I'm not quite sure why I saw like a Facebook replay that it was Jets versus Stars. I could have sworn that series was already over, unless that is the next round. Because I know the Jets got pretty much pushed to the limit in their series. Here's somebody that also is at the limit of heroism. Hey there, Hero Zone. How you doing? Everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. So Hero Zone, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Thank you so much, Hero Zone. Appreciate that. Nice to see you there, Fluffy Sheep and Bane TBC. So how you doing there, Hero Zone? Everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. So we're painting some more of these mounted barristers here. Everybody check out that Discord link that Hero Zone just posted. We painted this a few weeks ago before we started doing all the Dark Angel Terminator stuff. So again, these are from Creature Caster. We have a whole unit of them. Here's some of the AI references that we created to come up with the color scheme for them. So that was kind of fun. We are actually going to be making a diorama based on those. I guess it's quite the cavalry week here because this is the spacescape we painted last night. So we painted that one last night on stream. Oh, sorry about that, Hero Zone. Glad that you got that figured out. That's for sure. And also, Hero Zone, we did on the 13th. We had a very special stream, and this we actually created a mega Kathy bust. We also even have Jiro there in the plinth. We also added a few things like Sambo, Frenchie, and a little bit of Nurgly goodness. So yeah, this was well. Here you can see what the original. That's the original Kathy figure, and we took the STL and we made it just a wee bit bigger. And this is what we painted on stream on the 13th. So again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow. We've been, well, actually painting a whole bunch more busts lately. Here's another one that we painted up on stream. Now that one's a standard regular resin print. That's not an FDM one. And then here's we've also been doing some other large-scale things like some Loot Studios stuff like this one right here. So again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow. Yeah, actually, Hero Zone, here's some of the other... that's it marked 7 weeks after Adepticon because we've been doing... Let me push this out of the way even further. So here's some of the other Spacescape. There's the Space Balrog, Space Sauron, Space Gandalf, Space Lion, Space Wolf, and Space Australia. We did this for Anzac Day. So that was the last 7 of our Flat Thursdays again, doing these things. It's pretty interesting doing because we're using the same exact paint that we are using on the miniatures here. It's all the same stuff. Now it dries just fine, Hero Zone. The folks that maybe they're piling it on with a palette knife or something like that, and it's about a ½ an inch deep. Well, that's going to be a little bit different. Think of it as well, if you're using some kind of water effects type thing, right? Like you're doing a resin pour there, Hero Zone. If the resin pour is only a ½ inch deep, it's going to take way less time to cure than a resin pour that maybe is, I don't know, 3 inches deep or something like that. So basically, this thing is going to be dry by this time tomorrow. It should be pretty much just dry. And this is one that I was painting last night, and as you can see, it's all completely dry. Maybe 19 hours ago, I was still painting on that, and that is, as you can see, is totally dry. And that doesn't necessarily even have to be the alkyds. I mean, we're using alkyd oil paints, but even regular oil paint. There's a lot of regular oil paint on that. Actually, there's very little alkyds on that. That was pretty much about 85 at least % regular oil paint. So that's not an alkyd type thing. The reason why that is dry. Let me get to some of my orange here. So again, everybody, please give Hero Zone a follow. And of course, Hero Zone. Hopefully, where you are, weather is not too crazy. We know it's been really wild in Wisconsin yesterday, Indiana today. So we're just hoping that everybody is doing okay there. And again, if the weather was rough by you, here's hoping that all kind of cleared out now. Yeah, I was wondering, Valfera. So Valfera, sorry that Rottweiler had some power mischief last night when that rolled through Michigan there. And Valfira, I think, did you see the pictures of the dust storm? Yeah, that's what we had going on here today. Let me do some more of this here. Again, more of that kind of orangey stuff in places. I'm glad that did you got the garden going there, Hero Zone. Unfortunately, not really an option here ever since the gigantic fence was put up next door, which pretty much blocks out all the sunlight now in the backyard. They used to have a massive garden back there. I mean, cucumbers, eggplants, 3 different kinds of peppers, 3 different kinds of tomatoes, string beans. I mean, there was all kinds of stuff. So yeah, Hero Zone. I even asked my siblings, who obviously they're older than me, and I said, well, none of us are super young, but I don't remember dust storms like this, and they said, nope, neither do we. So yeah, Valfair, that was one of those things where people were reminded that around this area it's mostly farms, and that is the source of the dust. That's where that came from. Ooh, that sounds great there. Right. Well, now I did plant those hostas in the space by the garage, which is, as we like to joke, even the shade gets shade over there. I mean, it's almost like it's almost like it's in Wales. Yeah, actually, Valfir, there was one time where I actually got to make the breaded eggplant fillets, essentially. There was basically, I only ever got to do the one eggplant crop, and then that's when the giant fence went up. So again, Hero Zone, glad that things are going really well. Sorry about all the crazy power stuff for folks. But as long as you weren't in Indiana there, Valfira. Actually, Valfira, I've been asking about those. I think we used to call them acid-free tomatoes back in the day. They weren't exactly sweet, but they just, I guess because they didn't have quite as much of the acid in them, they were just kind of had a more of a mellow taste, right, Valfira? Let me do some of that over here. Yeah, some of that there. Yeah, Valfira, that would be something that would have to almost be indoors or in some kind of lowerable garden platforms. And hopefully the recovery still kind of continues after the gravitational incident. All right, well, Hero Zone, yep, that is basically red. These days, the schedule is so crazy that 4 a.m. thereabouts, that's when I eat dinner. It's gotten that level of crazy. So yeah, Velfred, they used to have them at the store. Now they have like the little tiny ones, that kind of like the cherry tomato. They'll have a collection. They'll be orange, yellow, red, even like a almost a purple. I don't know. Why? When's the last time I got this store? Probably 3 days ago. wanted to today, never got a chance to do that. Yeah, those are definitely super fun, Valfira. Again, trying to get some of the lighter stuff on that filigree there. So again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow. Let me try some more of this. Over here. Like we do, yeah, like that. So late in the, it's 77-67, Collingwood Magpies versus Adelaide Crows. Another critical game, a whole bunch of crucial games. And the Gold Coast Suns managed to win their game last night. So they continue to shock the footy world there. So Velfira, these are basically just glorified color test miniatures because well, if I wanted them in the diorama, I'd have to rip them off the bases. And also, too, even these still have printing flaws on them. And these were like the second time I tried printing them. These don't necessarily print very well. There's just kind of certain things, right, Velfira, that just, well, yeah, like a certain vehicle with a certain wheel that just never seem to want to print well. So yeah, like even here, there's too many misprints there. So what I have to do is print them out yet again, create the diorama. We'll get them painted up, and then we'll stick them in said diorama. So you have Velfira that one stupid wheel that was driving me nuts, and actually I still got to get that thing prepped. And I'm hoping that the Chat GPT does better. But so far, it's wow. That cereal box thing, Velfira. I'll try to do some screen caps for you to show how horrendously bad that was. Now I'll try to get a different angle of it because I was just trying to use the photo that I had. So maybe I need to have like a very straight up version of it. And we'll give it another try. I also have to get pictures of these guys and put those in there to see if I can create that diorama idea. Let's see what the next game up will be. Actually, the pair of games. Okay, so it's going to be Port Adelaide versus Geelong, and then who else is it's going to be the Dockers versus the Giant. Okay, they have, I think tonight must be the Indigenous night or something like that. So all the teams' names are changed, all the logos are different. Let me get that going here, and something there. Now, where's my pruning crimson? There you are. Thanks, Velfira. It was pretty wild using that basically Severus blue that much. That's kind of a very different usage for the Severus blue. than I've ever really tried to work with. So that was kind of fun. Arda Michael, those things. I mean, and I'm using a computer with a full size monitor and everything, and I can't see what the heck the images are. I don't know if they're intentionally trying to make them too small or just too incomprehensible. So thanks, Vil, for it. Yeah, that was a really different kind of a piece there. Now let me, speaking of different, let me get more of the violet here. And some of these darks. Now here again, that's, then we're going to have sort of the reflected light there. I'm going to try and build up a few more of our darks. Okay, is that also part of, that is part of the filigree there. We haven't done a film noir yet, Velfair. I mean, the Spacescape last night was kind of, it was wild to see how dark that was, right? And it explained why it took so much time to build up the darks. So now it should be interesting to see what happens to all of our red accents here. Those should just basically disappear. Yeah, it's like they're not even there. It's almost like there's no shading on any of that stuff. Look at that. And then when we bring this back, I mean, it's basically the thing your eyes are almost drawn to the most, right, Velfira, is the red. And in film noir, it basically disappears. Nice to see there, Inganes. Inganes, if you want to share something in the chat, of course, please go ahead and do that. That'd be sensational. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow if you could. Yeah, let me continue with her. Let me get some of, again, the violet into this brown here. Up here, trying to get that edge set a little bit more. So yeah, Velfrey, I'll have to shoot you a message about the current mischief and everything. I think it stems forth from trying desperately to get all of the videos transferred to that other YouTube channel, which I basically gave up on that, transferring all the rest of them, as many as I could, to that channel, because I figured out that in some ways YouTube almost, it's like a situation like we have here, and with the partner versus affiliate versus this, that, and the other. So the reason I can only do those 6 exports per day is because it's a new YouTube channel that doesn't have enough subscribers. So if everybody could please do the subscribe thing to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that would be sensational. And then I'd be able to do a whole lot more work, a whole lot more easy there. So everybody check out those fabulous Trench Crusade figures that Inganes just shared. And everybody please give Inganes a follow. Now Inganes, we're going to do another stream today. And of course, happy Saturday. Yep, happy Saturday. Well, no problem there, Inganes. Just really glad that I mean, the streaming stuff is it is a challenge on so many different levels, right? Some of it is, well, most of it has nothing to do with the painting, actually. There's so many other aspects of it, and none of it to do with the painting. You know what? We're just gonna throw our something on there. I don't have a link for it there, Valfera. I'll try and get you. Actually, you can just look up the Linseed Fellowship on YouTube, and that should show up. I was really surprised, somehow, Valfera, I was convinced that that name would be taken already, but it was not. So sorry about that. And Armored Wolf is actually, he can sort of see the stream, but he can't hear what I'm saying. So, because he is occupied there. Sorry, I thought I had that open here. All I have is my YouTube studio thing, and that's not really, that is not exactly a link I want to post. Thanks, Inganes. Appreciate that. So it's already there, Velfer. Inganes found it and posted that into the chat there. So again, if folks could do the subscribe thing there, that would be super helpful. Because again, well, in 2 days now, everybody's Twitch highlights go away, which means all 4,539 hours of mine will go away. And the only place I can put them is on the YouTubes there. And I transferred as many as I could for now to the. I wonder, actually, Velfair, I wonder. This is going to sound convoluted, but I'm going to see if I can export the Twitch videos to that YouTube channel, and then see if I can actually export or upload the YouTube video back to Twitch, and then transfer it again and do another export. So I might be able to literally like shift them back and forth to each other. Because I do believe I can upload my YouTube vids or whatever to the Twitch channel. If that's the case, I might be able to kind of at my leisure then. So Inganes, that's what I did. I have that new YouTube channel, but because it's new, they limit you to 5 or 6 uploads, exports, whatever. Even just changing the thumbnails, I get about 5 before it says, "Oh no, you can't do any more. We need like an ID from you." And that's where the craziness comes in, Velfira, that I'll tell you about. So yeah, unfortunately in Ganes, it limits you. That's why I'm using my main channel now. Now there is one issue. I can only do so much on days when I'm going to be streaming, right? I would have actually started probably about 10 minutes sooner, except that it was still processing one of those exports, and I didn't want to be streaming at the same time an export was being processed. Thanks, Velfair. I appreciate that. Again, I appreciate everybody doing the subscribe thing, because again, that is the only way I'll be able to kind of do the stuff I do on my regular channel is if we get a whole bunch of subscribes and views and all that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, a lot of the videos, they originally set to private, and then they all got set to public somehow, and that really messed up the whole process of what I was trying to do. They were not supposed to be released until I kind of wanted them to be. More of there we go, a little bit more of our light on there. We're going to try to make this lighter, I think, here too. Basically a little bit of like a chain of highlights here. We're not trying to do the whole thing lighter. So I guess we gotta hope that Greater Western Sydney is going to drop that game against. Let's see, what is it they're playing tonight? Oh, they're playing the Dockers. That might not be too good for the Bulldogs then. Yeah, they're playing the Dockers, so they should be able to win that game. I mean, it's not that the Dockers are, an offer or something like that, but so yeah, Gane's been learning an awful lot of stuff about having a second YouTube channel that I never really wanted to learn. The original thought I had for a potential secondary YouTube channel was going to be for things like, say, battle reports or something. Let me work some of this in here. We'll have to come back with some of our Prussian blue here. Let me do some of that. I think I got some. Yep, I got some sitting over here. There we go. A lot of that is just almost just a bunch of whitish gray. Now it's got a little bit of sky attached to it. Almost like a little bit of sky earth, not metallics. So yeah, Velfir, I'll try to remember that. It could potentially take months, Velfira, before it's all kind of ready to go because of all those limitations, which is definitely frustrating. Because essentially I can only basically do maybe a half a dozen videos at a time before it says, nope, you're not doing any more today. Come back tomorrow. At 200 and, well, now it's like 270 videos. That might take a while. Because even after a month of doing 6 per day, that still is only a little, that's maybe about 60% of them. We've been trying to figure out a name for this here Velfir. I think I was calling it the Lance Hammer. It's not a lance. It's not a hammer. It's not a. It's not also a. Whatchamacallit, a halberd either. It's a Lance Hammerbird. That's what it is. Gonna get me some of my gray on the fur on the horsey's head for whatever, however we can. Let me bring that a little further down there. We'll use you as a blending brush. That's better. It sure is, Velfira. I have to say, Velfira, I am kind of... I'm looking forward to painting that linseed racer. Now, obviously, we want to keep these colors, at least for the first one, and obviously, it'll have, we want to do a second one. That's right, we're going to do a Hype Train one, and we're going to do a Linseed Fellowship one. That's right. So, yeah, let's do the Linseed Fellowship one first. Now let me just get all the stuff out of the brush here and try this again. I better get some more thinner on here too. I wonder, let me, good. Okay, good, yeah. Wasn't sure that was really going to make all that big a difference, but it actually does. So it is 6 minutes now to first bounce and a pair of games, all of which have playoff implications. The doggies, well, their game doesn't start until 4:35, so that's going to be basically 3.5 hours from now. We are almost 2.5 hours into this. I can show you what he looked like 2 hours 21 minutes ago. That's it, and that's not black primer. That is that kind of reddish brown primer mixed with some of the black, but is not straight up black primer. Nice to see their surface tension. So surface tension, I don't know if I think I forgot to send you pictures of the dust storms today. So yeah, believe it or not, surface tension. I don't know, roundabout, I forget what time it was, but it was in the evening. All of a sudden, the alarm goes off. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? So let me see. I think it's here, maybe. I think here we go. Yeah. So we get that thing, and then that's what happened. And we didn't get it as bad as the other places did. Some places, again, it almost looked like it was Phoenix or something. So I guess in some ways, surface tension, it was a little taste of Wales because everything was, well, gray. And it was also about 90 degrees. So it was like what Wales is like on the surface of the sun. I don't know, something like that. You know what? Let me get a little bit of the orange there. And of course, surface tension, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Velfira, I think I sent you those. And again, glad that you got the power on again and stuff. So surface tension, is it more death orb in the sky? But I think if you really want to, yeah, I think you need to actually come here for an extended period here of surface tension to experience all the different seasons here, which means you would be here for about 12 hours. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that surface tension just shared. And again, everybody please check out surface tension, fabulous oil painted miniatures. That's what we're going to combo, maybe these two things. So that's not really something we've done before, is the Mars Yellow Deep and the orange here. That's our cadmium orange. A little bit more of that over here. Now that's fantastic surface tension. That's actually. Do we do we need to make stickers out of that surface tension? I think special for the channel, we may just have to make stickers out of that there. Let me see if I can find this. Here we go. So yeah, I do think. Now was that with the that? I've been trying to figure out the Chat GPT thing, their surface tension. It has not worked out there. Yeah, I mean, it has for some things, most things, not so much, unfortunately. So that very much a weather reporter right there. Let me see if I can get some of this. Whoops, not that much of that stuff. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, fabulous oil painted miniatures. I mean, it's not a huge surprise, right, Valfira? The basically winds were 35 to 50 miles an hour for at least 12, 15, 8 hours, something like that. So it's not surprised that got kicked up. Yeah, surface tension. I think we need to dump the I and AI. Actually, I'm just going to call it A something. I'm not even going to call it AI anymore. Surface tension. I think it deserves to lose the moniker of intelligence. So surface tension. I've been trying to do things like save parameters and maybe even like segregate things into different conversations. Now, is it also kind of done the thing where it says, "Well, whoa, you've exceeded your amount of conversation here. We're not having any more conversations." No, 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 no. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, there's going to be a lot of this little stuff that we got to do because there's all of this filigree we got to do. Holy smokes, that is gonna be occupying our time here for a while now. Yeah, surface tension. I keep wondering. It's okay. How are people making these things where it actually like looks like somebody? I mean, again, the only reason I mention it is because I just want to be able to take, I have pictures of me. I mean, I thought there was an AI that allowed you to say, okay, show me as Captain Hook or something like that, or show me as Marshal Zhukov or something. And it would basically take your face and make you something. And all I know is that this thing just says like, oh no, we can't do that. Like that's me. Just use the stupid image. Yeah, surface tension. I got the was that the $20 a month version? I don't know if that's the one that you got. So again, let's see, we threw a little bit of the orange in there. I mean, it's weird. I'm glad that it's not me just having no clue how to use stuff, but it's a little disappointing that showing out some decent dough there for something that's kind of more miss than hit. And again, sometimes it does something really nifty. And I'll say, that's perfect, that's great. And I'll even say, like, can we save this as these parameters? And I never know if I need to actually list all of the things that are right about the parameters. So again, I'm going to actually maybe get some of my darker green here. Let me need to take the Prussian blue. No, 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 that's what we use. We will use the this. No, that's going to be not the opaque. We are going to take now that's a combo I don't do all the time. indigo and Indian yellow. That is not a combination that I use all that often. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for trying to keep track of the. I'm guessing that you're still there because it's still not even midnight. Surface tension. It does. It seems like there was. Oh yeah. Remember I was saying the other stream where it seems like it actually is able to spell, whereas the co-pilot was not able to spell. Oh, it just got home. Well, thanks, Armored Wolf. And again, I hope that it was. Hope it was fun. Thanks, Surface Tension. I could definitely use me some of this right now. It was one of these kind of days. It was a medicine kind of day. Yeah, I mean, sometimes again, the free will spit out something like this first try, and then other times you get really, really, really weird stuff. Hi there, Doji. How you doing? So, Doji, here is how the horsey turned out. And Doji, I'm sure you had a fabulous uh, bakery run achieved today. There it is. Bakery run achieved. Oh, let me get all that. There's a whole bunch of junk on that brush here. Okay, fine. Still junk on that brush. And of course, Doji, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So that's the medieval version of Mad Max, or sorry, Max Velocity. There, he's very much a Mad Max in that image. Surface tension. I wonder. Yeah, we gotta get the darks in there. Again, 2 hours 32 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. It was nothing but primer. Everybody check out that link that Doji just shared. Again, more fabulous oil painted miniatures. Yeah, let me do this. Let me try it. No. More of the blue here. So yeah, it was just wondering, how many times did it misspell whales? Or is is ChatGPT just better on that? So yep, Doji, we got the greenish tint here like we do with our golds. We did it on this one here too. You can again see that greenish tint. We're starting to magnify it even more now with some darker greens here. Like up there. Also, some more of it down there. Thanks, Doji. Let me get this side too. Yeah. Working a little bit more on my light there, or that darker green there, so that looks lighter. Let me try that here. So we'll have to get some. No. That's what we'll do. That is what we'll do. We'll get rid of this. We will take some of this, a little bit more of that Terra Rosa. And that's going to go up here. Oh, gee whiz, that's a little more than I wanted there. Okay, well, that's fine. We can come back with this. Not a big deal. Let's break that back down again here. That's of course, surface tension naturally, right? So Armored Wolf, I hope that it was super fun. And again, much deserved, of course. I'm not quite sure that it pays for the days of no sleep, or weeks of no sleep. Really, it wasn't days; it was really more like weeks. Now this is where we're getting that. Get a little bit of that lighter green on the underside there. And the whole idea is that that is supposed to kind of be some reflected light on the underside of that. And yeah, let's work in there that same green over here. I don't know, do we need more of our darks in this, or do we actually need more light? I don't know what to see how that's going to work out. Here again is going to be some more of that green. Hopefully more of a mid-tone. No, we'll leave that alone. Okay, that is armor there. All right, that is not the horsey's head there. Just once I determined that, that really kind of changed what I was going to do color-wise. Right there, nice to see you there, 10K. So 10K, here is our horsey from last night. So that's a little bit of space horse there. So great to see you again there, 10K. I hope that your Saturday now is going great. We're an hour and a half into Saturday. We are 2.5 hours into this. 2 hours, 37 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. Maybe works, yeah, get that. More light in there. Also in there. Yeah, so thanks 10K, appreciate that. What is this? Round 2 here on our mounted barristers. If I can. So I think surface tension. You heard what I wanted to do, not just on the cloak here, but also in the diorama to basically have kind of a mural on the wall of essentially Lady Justice, but as kind of like a demonic presence. And I can imagine the chat GPT would say, oh, wait a minute, we can't do that. Can't do that. Nope. That would be whatever. Can't do it. So I'm just wondering, okay, what can you do with it? It's like, here, take an image of a cat and have him ride a motorcycle, because if that's all it can really do, that's not so nifty. Put this on here again. This is about as light as we can go with some of this. Try to sneak in a little more light on the wig there. I see if I can also lighten the back of his hand. Yep, looks like I can there. Might try to throw a little something there on the black armor, blending brush. We will need some reflected light on that too, I think. Yeah. Also, yeah, let's sharpen up some of these lines too. Sure. Oh, geez, yeah, that really is. I didn't think that would stand out quite as much as it did. There you go. Doing the same on the top of whatever these are. So yeah, Velfir, we're going to be, I guess we're going to be painting an awful lot of these mounted baristas here if we're also going to be doing a diorama of them. There's going to be another series on the Patreon page. We'll film how the concept was developed, then the basing, and then all the painting process, and then kind of the final construction of that diorama. So that's going to be at least a 6-part series, I would say. Kind of like our last one. What was that? Road to the Resin Beast. Yeah, that was about a 6 hours or 6. Now more like 12. I'm like 13 hours, 6 episodes, maybe 13 and a half hours ish. And again, that also covered everything from the concept of it all the way through to the final basing and final effects. Oh, you know what? Okay, I can go a whole lot lighter on some of that armor there. So yeah, Velfir, I've been printing out these type of basing bits here, all of the books, the scrolls, bits and pieces of columns for weeks now. Just so that I'll have enough to construct that. And I'm gonna have to bake some more Sculpey probably. Also, I think I might also be employing. There was like a staircase type thing that I got. And then there's these texture rollers. That's I gotta print out those stupid texture rollers this week. That's right. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. Happy Saturday, Neshlin. I hope that you're doing well. Fine, I'll catch a few more lights on that little skilly friend right there. Do some more here. I think I can get at those. Reflected light over here, but we need to do here. Let's grab some of that green. Been using some of that. Was that the chromium oxide green there? We'll throw a little touch more down there, and then the rest will have to be done with our darks, I think. Little bit of our reflected light down there. Now let's get some dark going here. So Neshlin, I hope that maybe you've been able to do some fun stuff this morning, but hopefully you got fun things planned for the weekend. We will be painting more of these mounted barristers as I add the dark here tomorrow, or well, later today on the stream. again, depending on how much the imagery from ChatGPT cooperates. So yeah, Valfred, that's what I'm hoping to be able to do, is take essentially the kind of imagery of the justice is blind sort of thing, but oh, here we go. But maybe lots of eyeballs because it's Creature Caster, right, Valfred? So that means teeth and eyeballs. I'm pretty sure that ChatGPT would not like it if I loaded a picture of a Creature Caster demon into the thing. So we won't even try to do that. I think that would be a lost cause. It would it'd probably just explode. Yep, 10K, like we always say. Hashtag no death grip on the brush. There are times actually where I'm literally just doing this. I'm literally just doing that. Lighter the grip on this. Here, I don't even look at this. Hashtag no thumbs. It's a meaningless flaw of evolution right there. Now, one of the things we've noticed, especially with these guys, is that your eye is kind of drawn to the red here until the red's gone, and then it looks like these things have no shading on them. Essentially, almost. It's like they disappear here because again, there's nothing, especially here where we've got kind of like a bit of bluish stuff. We've got the reds, we got golds, greens, all kinds of stuff happening. It's all gone. There's shading, but look at what happens when we start to bring back our color there. All of a sudden, you've got again like a bluish gray. We've got the greens there. We got the reds there. Now, it's kind of wild to do that with our horsey here. I'm actually going to also zoom out a bit while we do this. And that actually looks very different than some of our other ones in film noir because this one just has a ton more darks in it. So you can see again what the actual colors do for it. The other thing that folks notice 10K when they kind of take this approach is that while they don't feel quite as tired, they don't feel exhausted because they weren't trying to snap a brush in half with their hands for however many hours they were painting. So there's definitely a whole range of different benefits that you get out of that approach again with the relaxed grip on the. Also, too, how am I supposed to get it? This stuff. Miniatures get painted faster when the brush touches the figure, and the only way I'm going to get at any of that sort of stuff is look where my hand is on that brush. Also, too, see I can use this, steady my hand. I can't do that if I'm doing this, right? Can't do that. So as they say, it's super handy. Let me get that over here to break some more of that down. We actually have that fairly dark in there. Speaking of which, I think we're all, yeah, see that? When in doubt, sometimes you just got to make things darker. Yeah, that's what was needed there. No problem there, 10K. Yeah, let me work in a little more of that now. Yeah, let me work in some darks here. Some there. Yep, that too. Now on his head, same thing around the eyes. Yep. And let me, gonna get a little more thinner in there. Not looking to do a pin line wash or anything like that, though. Yeah, okay, that's better. That was too much of that right there. We'll have to do that again. Surface tension. Hopefully, again that like you were talking about, that work situation kind of starting to reach a point where painting is gonna be able to be a more frequent thing. I guess surface tension. The question is, do you try to jump back into like the main project again, or you just say, well, you know what, let's just do some other stuff here. Let's just kind of get that muscle memory back again and the efficiency. And for other folks too, if maybe it's been a little while since you last painted, maybe trying to find some low impact things to kind of refresh yourself with. Holy smokes, we did none of our later stuff here. And this is a place that really should be catching a bunch of light here. I'm even just going to throw that on there. Blending brush, blending brush. We'll use you as a blending brush. So I got color on there already, so that is just going to mix together there. Well, that's great surface tension. Glad that there is kind of a time in sight there where it's like, okay, once we get past this, we're good to roll. To somehow, fine, I'm just going to do that with the stupid yellow stuff, and then we'll come back with the red again. It'll just be easier doing that. Yep, I'm just going to do this first, and then we'll come back with our darker red. It will just be easier. There's our Perling Crimson, and sure enough, a whole lot easier doing that. Boy, that's wild surface tension. But yet, for some reason, it sounds like that's the way the world is. Okay, so that, yeah, we'll roll with something like that. Yeah, Doji, just hours of that, right? A nice light exercise, just to kind of get back in the groove, right, Doji? Now that's almost kind of a lemon yellow right there. Like that. Some more of it over here. Yep, up there too. Now on the side of the horse's face, more like actually up here on the, now over his eyes there. And well, now we're finally starting to get to getting close to our hour 3, and that's where a lot of you're really starting to get into either brushstroke management or some of your finer things here. That's early on, right? Things are kind of chaotic and crazy and everything else, and then eventually you can really start to focus more on detailed type objects. Ah, that's great, Doja. Actually, geez, Doja, I gotta remember. Gotta find those Chaos Dwarf, those Bull Centaurs that I printed out. I think that was all Lost Kingdom stuff. I gotta find me some of that. We'll see you later there, Doji. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. So again, Doji, I hope that the rest of your Saturday is gonna be fabulous, and I guess we'll see you on your Sunday. So see you then, Doji. Well, look at this. We're deep into the first quarter, and the Dockers, the purple, actually have themselves it's just a 1 goal lead, but nevertheless a 1 goal lead versus the Greater Western Sydney Giants. Look at that. Again, at the Wappleville Sports Network, we report the news before it is news. Nope, there's a big old blob of paint. I'm going to get rid of some of that. That's more like it. There was a huge blob of paint there. More of that light at the top of his head. We want to let... Might have to come back, yeah, I think with even some more darks right in that area there. Oh, you know what? Here, there's also some of our green there. So now we got kind of an orange-green contrast going on here. Yep, and do some of that here too. Again, that's one of our new Elkit colors. Yeah, from the Griffin, from the Windsor Newton Griffin line. Again, we've got ourselves. See even more of a green-red. Oh, let's zoom back in. Like, why is he so small? Where'd he go? Like he was riding away. And we'll do that over here too. I'm going to try to steal some of that down here. Yeah. Right next to our orange. Oh, yeah, that's better. There we go. Got the green and orange juxtaposed there, too. I think a lot of times I would take in the, let's see, Perline black, maybe mix it with the Radiant green or something. But here, this has so much opacity in it compared to the Perline black mix. Because, well, it's all about the oxides. More oxides, more better. So end of the first quarter, and the actually Geelong and Fremantle both are in front. What's going on up there with that? Don't want to lose the dirt. Also, don't want to lose the reflected light that I tried to get in on these again. That's kind of another judges. Oh, let's get the light on the eyes there. I don't think we ever Yeah, we didn't do it on this one because I didn't know that's what that was. That is hilarious as they painted that whole other one. Never really realized that this was a face. Well, I think the other one is a little bit more distorted because of the pose of the horse, maybe. Yeah, I think we need a little bit more of the later stuff on his, well, for lack of a better term, on his head there. I'm gonna go back to my reference real quick. 1 second here. What's happening with this stuff on his elbow? We gotta get some more light. So yeah, it's a see this 10K where it's actually closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush, but I can get my hand on here and be able to rest this and do all kinds of stuff there to support the hand and not have it just kind of floating in midair. Yeah, that's another thing that's gonna make a big difference with how fatigued you are maybe at the end of a session. So Denethor, I guess Spark Minis has, oh, it's another one of those. Is it like a 24 24-hour stream anniversary there, Denethor? Oh yeah, here's another place where we need to get some light. But again, there was a bit of a misprint right there. This, wait a minute. Touch later there. Now, let me get here's my Sivera's blue. Same here. Also here. Now that'll just get rusted, so we'll leave that be for right now, but I'm going to get this onto our crazy hammer thing, whatever. So see you later, surface tension. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the medieval Welsh max velocity there. I'll send that to Armored Wolf. Surface tension. And some of the other folks that are also max velocity viewers. So appreciate that surface tension. Come on, there we go. I might do a little more the lighter sky blue there. Nope, gotta get more thinner. Thin over thick and vice versa. We kind of had like super thick over regular thick there. I wasn't quite gonna work there. Just have to break this stuff down a little more. Maybe find a little more color in that, and no, just a more of a here we go. Some of our lighter green. We will mix that with our gray. Either that or an even warmer gray, where we take the radiant violet and mix that with our Van Dyke brown and the Mars black. There we go. It was getting a little bit too much on the cooler side there. More of that radiant violet with our gray for maybe a few little highlights here on the tail, like that. More here. Couple more lights there. That's that same sort of a violet gray. Nope, not there. That's actually the armor. This, gonna get that, subtract a little bit of the bluishness from that. Blending brush. Not this one. This one. There we go. Now, I never really did anything on the nose and mouth here, so it's a little something there. Little bit of a light on the nostril. Same deal on that one. Taking the Terra Rosa. Let me go even more towards the green. We're using this radiant green to mix with our Terra Rosa here. That's gonna create something that's kind of a very like a weird warmish color, which does stand out enough from the dark of the horse, I think. Catch some of that here now, and guess we need a little something lighter on that skelly front there. Can we... Let me look at my other guy here. I'm going to try and get a little bit lighter with my reds on that. Let's do that. That's here. And I'm going to break that down. Boy, that actually started to get kind of solidified over here on the palette. That's the alkyds for you. And now a little more of our white, maybe. Maybe at the very top of these crazy tassels here. That's just like, oh yeah, all the Candish stuff. They put those tassels on them, and just it ends up always driving me crazy because painting them is never really super fun. Printing them is even less fun because they usually have a tendency to sometimes not print, and also they snap off when you're trying to either remove supports or when you're just trying to, say, file away support nubs, and you're like, oh, that just broke in my hand. I can feel that. Might even include a little bit of that on that face there. I guess I gotta go back here. Let me try my... let's get some darker stuff back in here. This is that super dark. Actually, ironically enough, looks an awful lot like Perline Black. So I guess if we need to substitute, make a substitute Perline Black, we take Indian Yellow and Indigo, mix those together, and I guess we'll have Perline Black. Also, yeah, nope, not in there. Okay, yeah, we did get some darks in his face there. I want to see what's going on up here with this shoulder and this armor. So we're gonna try to darken that down with our green. Now I gotta, speaking of that lighter red, I gotta try and get some lighter red on these. There's actually these little gemstones there. We made it super dark, but now we have to kind of work this back in. At least some kind of light here to make it look more like a gemstone. Breaking this down some more. Something there. There was another outside of the... Oh, that's right. There's one over here. I'm like, there's another one of these little gemstones that we haven't really done a whole bunch on yet, and now we got it. Well, okay, that might be a little too late. Let me back up here. Where's our... here it is. Over there. Yep, another bit of light on this too. Catching a couple little reds there. We did that over here. Did we do that on this side? Nope. Let's get a little red reflections here. There's gonna be that red right next to it. Really should be some kind of reflections there. Not gonna mess around with that. I want to try and get some freehand in the scrolls, like what we did there. It's a simple thing, nothing terribly complex about it. We start out again to kind of want to do that illuminated manuscript thing. We're gonna make our little letter right here. Let that box set. Let's start to do some, essentially we call it Greeking, where we want it to look sort of like words, so we're not just doing lines there. We're trying to make something that has the appearance of letters. We have gaps in between them. Some are longer, some of the words such as there are longer than others. Could have little illustrations on here too. See, that just kind of fades away into something that is darker, and we really can't see any of the other stuff, so I'm not going to bother fooling around with that. Now let's see if we can create that lighter kind of that litter that's sitting in there. Got this yellow here. Got a little bit of our faster matter weight. Break that all down again. Again, that's gonna hopefully be just the right consistency. I keep breaking it down some more. Not a pin line wash though. This is gonna be another instance where that lighter grip on the brush will be really key. Now we'll go back in here with some of that green. And clean up the little litter that we put in there. And again, that could be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be incredibly complex. It's a scroll on a base. They probably are not even going to notice it's there for the most part. Now, if it's for a painting contest, that maybe that's a different paradigm. Because that's something where they might be really searching for some kind of little hidden gems like that, or semi-hidden gems. Fine, we'll darken you down too. You know what? I think it'll just be easier. Let me get some more of my fast mat weight back out here. So again, working mostly with the fast mat weight here. Gonna let a little bit of that yellow also find its way in there. Also, to create a couple more, see these little edges here, like a little chain of highlights as we call it. Also the crazy staff part of our what was it? Our lance hammer. Got to catch a few lights there too. Still a bunch more little do thingies here on the hands, knuckles. Also the armor here is a little bit, we haven't done ooh, this is another place where we gotta get some light on the interior armor there. Ooh, not there. Just use this and get rid of some of that. let me see here. I can never quite tell. Is the mask sort of more like a skull? How do they have things like, well, the mouth arranged on there? That skull right there, I have to figure out, is that something I need to darken this area some, or if I take some of my lightest light here, really try to freshen up that brush. Oh, okay. I had plenty of mid-tone there. What I actually didn't have was the latest light, and probably, yeah, sure enough, here even on the wig there, yep. I really did think I had that with its latest light, but clearly that was not the case. Oh, another light edge over there. We need our little tiny, well, tiny dots of light there, not the giant dot of light. So back to our Did we? Yeah, we sort of got that over here. Welcome back, Blades. Oops, that's not gonna work. So Blades, hopefully heavy tea had an okay day today as well. More of this. Ah, here we go. I think now I'll be able to get in here and do some of the final highlights on surfaces like our lance hammer here. And Blades, if you want to share your stuff in the chat again, I know you did a long time ago, but you want to share stuff again, please go ahead.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun, John.
Let's also welcome in our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Jugar and Welder. Appreciate that. So this is an interesting approach to cavalry. It's like we're not really cavalry. We're just really we're just very judgmental. It's like yeah, I can kind of see that. Well, we got a guy over here that he could use some judgment too. Oh, is it that Sauron guy? It's like, well, no, we were thinking Sauron. What do you mean about Sauron? He kind of betrayed you. Oh, spoiler alert. What's going to happen on our big old Gandalf 6-4? Tagarin Welder. Okay. Middle of the road 3 right there. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, that'll work. Yeah, now we could really get in here, I think, and get some of our really tight highlights in here. Gotta turn them around to do this end. Also, the rest of the hair, or the wig, sorry. Too much paint on that brush. Maybe get rid of some of that. There we go. So 3.5 hours ago, we were just getting started on these guys. There was no paint on them at all. I think I'm going to also try to work in a little bit more of my light right there. Thank you so much, Dugar. Appreciate that. And we'll be doing another one of these on our Saturday stream. This is continuing our Friday stream. This is one we did a while back, I think about a couple of weeks ago or so, before we had to get back in or do all the Dark Angel stuff. So we're getting back into these. 3 hours 24 minutes ago, he looked like this. Right there. So these guys were all primed at the same time. That is what he looked like not all that long ago. Oh, and of course, yesterday on our stream, we did a little bit of a spacescape here. I guess continuing our cavalry theme, because why not? We're using our oil paints, of course, like we always do. And that's that start to finish. With the oil paints. And these will be, this is going to be pretty much mostly dry by this time when we're doing our Saturday stream. It's basically be either completely dry or mostly dry. And we'll throw that up here. again, with the lighter stuff, same thing here on the nose here. That got a little bit rougher. It's gonna go again some of that lightest highlight color there on some of the metals. Still gonna, nah, that would be a little too late on our. That's because that's supposed to essentially be black there. Now, what do we do here? I want to find a little bit more of an orange on the top of this. Maybe bring that down here. There we go. Now that this, the end of his, again, lance hammer there kind of affects what we might be doing reflection-wise here, of course. So yep, these are regular oil paints here right out of the tube. We have a whole bunch of different brands. We got the Richardson, we got the Gamlin, we got the Winsor Newton, we got the Richardson, we got the Williamsburg. Now we've been adding some other things. We've also essentially added these outfits here from Paul Rubens. That is kind of a more recent addition because you can kind of get those anywhere. These three colors right here, as far as price and quality goes, they're almost identical. Now, sometimes one brand has a color that another does not, or vice versa, whatever. So you never quite know. And that Williamsburg that's sitting there on the pallet, well, this is going to be the most expensive stuff because when it says handmade, that's a legit thing. That's for real. It is going to have a qualitative difference, and you kind of pay for that. Now, we also use the Alkyd oil paints. Those are going to be less expensive. They're not going to have quite the same pigmentation, say, as a regular oil paint. And that's, again, offers some advantages. Sometimes you lose a little bit. You gain in one area, you maybe lose a little bit in another, and it just depends what the task is. And we use the oils for everything, whether they're, and again, we've painted some far bigger busts than this one here. This is our Tuesday stream. We did that. But we also sometimes paint very small things like our 1/1800 scale ships or Battle Fleet Gothic ships. So again, you can see just how small that is. Again, all painted with the oil paints. Vehicles too. Terrain. All the stuffs, again, all painted with oils because it's also very rugged. I don't bother doing any kind of varnishing or anything like that. Again, the oil paint is really, really rugged. It's very hard to get that off the surface once it is on there. Thanks to Garen, appreciate that. And again, here's a little quick example of our 2D art from just last night. We did that on stream. Also done with the very same oil paints that we got right now. I might just get a little bit more of that now. Alright, we'll use this as a micro blending brush here. That's better. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we've even painted 28 millimeter scale ships on stream. Those They're a challenge just fitting them on the screen. That's a huge challenge just doing that. And nope, gotta break that stuff down a little bit more. What's happening over here? Gonna get some more of that dark in that edge. That's our Van Dyke brown mixed with a little bit of the violet. Ooh, more of that up here. That might just do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we also have, well, now we have that second YouTube channel. That is where all the Twitch sessions are going to have to go. Well, at least all the future ones. I've tried to, again, bring as many of the past Twitch sessions there too. Because we can't save them on Twitch anymore as highlights. Underside of that needs to. I guess. Oh, I still need to bring in some light there. We can't do that right now. Let's get this taken care of first. Let's do this first here. Also gonna. Yeah, we need some more reflections, some more darks. Kind of got that over here. And there's perhaps another dark again. This thing may be creating that reflection. It's down on the armor there. Now let me get all this stuff out of here. Indian yellow and our fast matte white mixed together. Some parts of the armor here that have to be like over here. Yeah, that's way too dark there. And maybe even down in here I gotta find some more light. That's some of just our initial dry brush stuff with our subsequent pin line wash and glaze on it. Now where is that? Was it up here? Where was that bit of, here it is. This edge over here. Somehow. So we're working on our gray. That's it. Yep. That's what happened over there. Looking at that going, how did that just end up same color as the side of his head? And again, we've been printing out tons of those scrolls for the diorama that we're going to make. We'll have to reprint the unit again so that we can they kind of recreate this, but more as a diorama, and also film the process. Back to my blue here. I'm going to get a little bit of the, nope, more of that Prussian blue. Let's get the Prussians in here. Because we've got his little, that little frilly thing on his neck that needs to, a little bit of a temperature difference from all of these golds around it. That was something that worked out really well on the first one, which basically was a color test figure, right, Grand Oracle? How you doing there, Grand Oracle? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So Grand Oracle, was another strange day today here. It was first sandstorm I've ever seen. Let's see, dust storm. That's it. Not a sandstorm. Well, could have been some sand in there. Glad that you're doing okay, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, the next episode of the Trench Crusade series. That'll be going up, well, later today on the Patreon page. And was that episode 3? So lots of pre-glaze. Tons of pre-glaze. So film noir wise, what's interesting, Grand Oracle, again, there's not like the usual super bright colors, not like what we had, say, on our Spacescape last night. However, it's pretty wild. I think this is probably the best example here because we got your golds, which have the greens in them too. We have all the reds, and then we have this blue here. But when we take it all away, Grand Oracle, it's pretty wild, right? The red practically disappears. It goes from something that you see very obviously to something that is just almost vamoosed. Now we will unvamoosel it and bring it back, and there you go. And of course, also too, you have the blue in there. We know that's gonna become it, right, Grand Oracle? But yet every time seeing it is it's pretty wild. So yeah, there was more craziness with not well. Here we had the dust storm, but Indiana had a whole lot more mischief. I think also Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee. And speaking of East Coast, how are you doing there, AD? So AD, glad that you're able to kind of do the chair thing. I don't think you're quite gonna be doing a stream just yet, Grand Oracle, or sorry, AD, or maybe Sunday. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Of course, AD, if you want to share something in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So great to see you there, AD. Yeah, I need to get a little bit more of my light right in there. Also, yeah, up here on some of this stuff. Yeah, around there. That'd be great, AD. That'd be fabulous. Again, hope that none of the weather craziness affected you too much today. I'm sorry, I sent you a picture of the dust storm here. Everybody, check out that link that AD Creation just shared. And again, please give AD Creations a follow. So Grand Oracle, hopefully the reorganization and all that stuff, getting ready for the event and everything is still going at least mildly according to plan. Sure. I'll catch a little light in this, and then up here now. Possibly a little reflected light down there. Make that a little lighter on top, right there. Now I guess AD probably will be something where you just kind of take it as it is. Stream as long as you can, and it's like, okay, this is it. This is all we can do. So I'm guessing you're gonna do something relatively simple there. Well, good luck with that, Grand Oracle. Hope that all turns out great. We are gonna, yeah. Let me get a little bit more of my light on the top of them there. Glad you also found that missing piece. Hey, deal. I'm missing something here too that I was looking for. That I'm sure I'm not gonna find until I'm not looking for it anymore. At least I hope that's what'll happen. Let me do this here. So yeah, something like that. More light there. More light down here. Yeah, not going crazy with it because we want to maybe get some kind of flock or ground cover there. Again, everybody, please check out that link that AD Creation just shared. Yeah, more of a light up there too. What about his? Okay, that's the reins there. That's not his thumb, so then we won't mess with that. I might even let that mix with the red that is sitting there. Let me try this again here. Also, I think I might actually hit that with my hand or something. Okay, there we are. Need to do something with reflected light on this. Oh, also the fingers. Holy smokes. There's nothing there. That's better. There we are. And nope, I don't want. If that's just a whole, just entirely all light, that is not gonna lose any kind of shape to that. These differences between these panels here, that should also catch a little more light, though. Just didn't realize that this was actually a face here of some type. Smidge, yeah, here. So I guess there's still 5 weeks left to go then, AD on cast and all that sort of stuff. Or not the cast, but on the brace and everything. Just hoping that all goes totally according to schedule. Thanks, AD. It's another one of our mounted baristas here. Yeah, well you can see all the green that we got into his face there. It's those Creature Caster Mounted Barristers. And this was the reference images we were able to create here. So a few of them right there. And these gave me the idea for doing a diorama. And this guy here, where's this? The boss man here. So on his cloak, I want to have an image of sort of like Lady Justice with the scales, but very much looking like a demon. Who knows what kind of tasty little bits might be sitting on the scale. It would be interesting if you ended up with like the Pilates bar and the different kind of attachments and stuff to it, like one of got here. I still got to get that thing I was talking about last night, where it's like some kind of a push-up board or something like that, and it almost looks like some kind of weird Tinker Toy type thing, where if you attach the two handles in this place, you're kind of exercising this. If you attach them over here, you're exercising that. I wonder if you're going to have the different colored rubber bands there, AD, that you'll have to use for various exercises there. And oh, yeah, maybe a little something there on the tail. Another bit of our light along that bit there. Where is my oxide green? Really enjoying that oxide green. Well, AD, well, you know what happened to the Pilates bar that I had, where not one but both of those things snapped on me. And I was actually looking at another one. Now, this was one that was like a more extensive system and stuff, and the one guy showed pictures of the thing snapped. Now, I don't really have the doors available to be sticking those things in, right? Because you're supposed to stick the rubber bands in the doors. Yeah, can't really be doing that here. So those type of systems don't use those. Nice to see you there, Git. So Paint Your League Git. Everybody please give Paint Your League Git a follow. And Git, I guess now you might know, but I've been pestering Blades for the topic of discussion for the Council of Miniature Painters on Sunday there. Because I know everybody was really intrigued by the last council there, so I wasn't sure if you know what the subject was for that. And of course, Git, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Git, well, yeah, that's right. You were able to see the Kathy stream where we were showing off all the different Kathys that we had, all the ones that folks sent us, and so mini inspiration. I guess. So is it kind of which minis inspire you, or is it how do you get inspired to actually paint the mini or whatever? Or I guess all of the above. So yeah, and then Zambi's going to be the guest on Council Miniature Painters. That will be on Monster Den Mini's stream. That's going to happen. Happens the third Sunday, typically of every month. Thanks, Git. Appreciate that. Not sure. Still not sure. Git, if I'll be painting some as I add some of this more translucent kind of orangey yellow here in a few places, or if I'll have to be just prepping minis or basing minis. So more the second one, how you get inspired for painting. Well, Painterly Git, we have one method for them, right? Doing some AI stuff, and of course, based on what I saw with these reference things, I said, huh. Like, see the thing, we got the scales there, we got the flame and the skulls and the books and everything. That's where I thought, ooh, what if we were to actually make a diorama out of this? And again, with that mural in the background and all of these different basing bits. I've been literally printing out basing bits like crazy ever since I saw those pictures. And of course, we have our horsey spacescape here, which, oh, well, there you go. And a little bit of inspiration there. So I guess I better. Oh, that's well. Thanks for remind. Okay, that's good. Get because I gotta try and then I'm gonna try and build some scenes where we can have that little bit of a slideshow there. Okay, thanks. That's really helpful there. Get because I will try to construct again some scenes like we had for the last Council of Miniature Painters. And I'll try to find some of the, well, of course, the Loot Studios figure. I'll try to have that. Yes. Oh, even our Trench Crusade vehicle, too. Yeah, because I wonder. Well, here we go. Yeah, again, there's some more of our references that we use. Now take a look at that one, especially on the left-hand side there, and then take a look at the vehicle here. Might recognize that. So yeah, I'll try to have a bunch of scenes like that get put together, and hopefully that's useful for folks to see something like that. And I'll try to put those together tomorrow so that they're all ready to go for Sunday, and that would be 6 p.m. Central Time is when that is going to take place. So be there. So yeah, it's so easy to do. And again, I'm all of that was just really using the free was a Copilot AI. So and I know people they really struggle for ideas, right, for concepts and how they might want to paint something, right, Painterly get. I mean, I certainly wish something like that was available for me when I was doing all my other army painting stuff for tournaments and everything else. So here now, see, look at that one. Now we're starting to tint some of this stuff, but we had to wait. We had to wait. We could not be hasty little hobbitses. Don't be hasty little hobbits. Okay, and we'll do that. And make it a little bit more of this dropped in here. So get. Remember we were talking early on, right, with the whole AI stuff, and we said that get you out of that creative bias. And well, multiple times I've well actually, oh yeah, this thing. See you later there, AD. Have yourself a good one. Thanks for joining, AD, and glad that things are starting to go a little bit more according to plan, I guess. Now, this is something that I was never intending to do. It was only because of what AI showed me. I said, wait a minute, we got to do this kind of multi-basing thing. So, yeah, I'll try to make sure that is out there too, and I'll have the. Well, I already have that in a scene, but we'll try to have that for folks so that they can again see the impact of again getting out of their own kind of little creative bias. Where I was gonna have a whole different approach to that. And what I saw, I liked it so much. I said, I gotta do this. So yeah, it's 2:44 here. Of course, hopefully it wasn't too crazy with the weather there. We got our nope, that's over here. It's gonna leave some of that on my fast mat white there. We're breaking this down again, trying to yeah, there we go. Because now we did some of that kind of glaze stuff there. Now we have to come back and find our highlights once again. Also on that bit of metal right there. Touch more of our light out there. Might have to come back with some more darks over here. Now here we need, this is going to really separate these two surfaces from each other. Now that again we've got that dark laid out there, that kind of bit of a glaze. There we go. See, coming back and doing that really makes a big difference there. You must have dark to show the light. That's how it goes. Also, 4 hours ago, this guy had Zippo paint on him. None, nada, zilch. He was just primer, that's it. There was no paint on him at all. Everything done in the last 3 hours, 57 minutes, and of course those critical 56 seconds. And again, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. One little bit of light there. Oh, also, let me... Nope, that is too much of the light. So we'll come back with some of our glazy color there, and that just does do it. Also, that is a little bit too much of our white there. We're going to cut down on some of that too. Back to some lighter stuff here on that. Alright, side of his head there. So thank you so much, Armor War, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We're going to be posting a new video to that later today. You do that Army Painter Pledge level. Best to have some snacks on hand because you're talking about 2,400 hours worth of tutorial videos. You're getting every single video that I ever filmed since 2013. And I make about 20 hours of new videos every month. So again, you'll be busy. You try to binge watch that, it's going to take you a while. And again, some of the series that we've got on there are discussing concepts for an army painting scheme. I have a whole series dedicated just to that. That vehicle that you saw with all the freehand on it, that was 5-episode Vehicles Workshop series on the Patreon page. Catch a little more of my light right there. That little part of the skilly friend, more light. I think I can. Geez, I can get that lighter than I thought. Didn't think I could get quite that light. That little highlight on our gemstone in there. Let me unify this here. Blending brush. Gonna catch, yeah, there's some more of our edges right there. Now along this bit of his armor here, let me, no, better get a little thinner in there, break that down some more. Not a pin line wash consistency, but there we go. And again, look where my hand is on this brush, nowhere near that metal ferrule. Nice and easy here. Like so. Gonna get some of that up here. Again, that's some of our really light stuff there. So blades, you don't have to worry about, don't have to ask you anymore. So I've already got a good plan, solid plan for Sunday now. So I'm actually, well, I guess you could say some of the reorganization that I've done here is going to actually make doing uh, some of the presentation I want to do a little bit easier. You know what? Try and that's it. We're missing some of our light and all this over here too. I guess then he probably didn't like all the loud sounds very much, right, Blades? And if that happened in the middle of the night, I'm sure that he was making sure that you were also awake. Oh, look at this. We're well established in quarter number 3, and the purple still got themselves a lead over Greater Western Sydney. Look at them Dockers go. Fremantle over Greater Western Sydney by 22. More of our really light stuff against some of that. I'm trying to figure out there's a way I can get some more reflected light on the undersides of these crazy little discs here. I don't know if that's going to work. Yeah, I would, I guess it's a good thing you don't, well, I don't know, if you have something like 4th of July, like here, where it's not just fireworks, it is every house has its own display of thermonuclear weapons for about 4 hours, maybe 6. And not just on the day, but the day before and the day after. Are we doing it here? Yeah, let's do that here. No, not going to get that lighter stuff. I am going to try and get a little more reflected light on the bottom of his lance hammer there. Let me try to find a little bit more light there. Nah. What about over here? Yeah, we need a little something on the bottom of that. I'm gonna maybe come back at this with some of our darks again. I might even. That's almost a little bit of a greenish glaze that's gonna happen in some parts here, kind of like what we're doing with the yellow, the Indian yellow, and the Terra Rosa. Kind of lost the edge of that little skilly right there. Okay, a bit more of a light right there. And back to that orangey stuff. Let me get all that green out of there. Now this is not a glaze, it is basically just a dry brush. However, Indian yellow is an ultra translucent color. It might be super intense, but between that and say the magenta that's also in that brush, those are two very translucent colors. So basically all I have to do is dry brush that over the top and it's going to tint those. Now it will mix a little bit because all of this paint is wet. Everything on here is wet. However, we were patient. We were not hasty little hobbitses. And that means that our paint is set. We can kind of, again, come back at it like this. And do some subsequent paint applications. And what's underneath doesn't really come off. It might mix with it. But that we know is going to happen. So that's why we have essentially even a more dramatic color on the brush. So not just a slightly lighter version. We have something that's like mega lighter, like super light in comparison, because it's going to be mixing on that surface. Yeah, nope, not too much there. Wow, it's dropped a whole all the way down to 85.1 degrees in here. My guess is that other parts of the house it is significantly cooler, and well, it will be in days coming up here. I'm kind of glad that I just didn't bother putting in the second window air conditioner yet. Because, well, there was the possibility that if I did that, the furnace might be going off. There again, see that little bit right in there? See how juicy that is? And that's a little bit of this here magenta and some of the Indian yellow. Two really translucent colors. I can also take the violet and the Indian yellow. That is going to create this fabulous kind of amber color that also, again, has some translucency to it. You know what? Let me make sure we have enough of our yellow in there, not too much of the magenta. Top of that, well, the nose, for lack of a better term there. Right at the very top of that, actually that piece there shouldn't be quite so light. You can see here, these armor pieces are kind of changing in their color, getting a little different tint to them there. Especially with the kind of the bluish stuff we've got going on in the hair. That was, yes, it's lighter. It's basically sort of white, but it had to have a color on it. Again, tinted towards the blue so that it would stand out from all of these oranges and golds and such. Ah, there's some more right there. So again, we got that green and again the gold. They're just kind of playing off of each other there. And that's really critical right here. So you can see though the orange up here, and then it migrates down to a green there, especially a lot more of the green down here. You can see there's not a lot of that orangey gold. It's almost a bit like sky earth non-metallic. Think of it kind of like that. It's a different sort of take on that. I'm going to throw me a little bit more of that same orange up on that top area there. Why? Because see, we got the greenish stuff on the underside. Now, it kind of looks like this part's coming towards you, right? It's extended out further towards you than the rest of that, which is why it gives it that roundness. It's the same thing like we have here, right? That the lighter edges here on the clouds make them look puffier and such. Thank you so much, Renler. That is 41 months, 31 in a row. Renler, happy Saturday. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Renler, I hope that everything is going fantastic for you there. And of course, Renler, you want to share something in the chat, something you've been working on. Please go ahead, do that. Rendler, I don't know if you've seen a lot of the stuff we've been doing with the various alkyd paints, especially the Paul Rubens. That's been a real interesting experiment. Even did another experiment, and we got more on the way with the water washable oils. Which again, the utility on those is extremely limited, unfortunately. Even well, more so than any other oil paint, for obvious reasons. Because while you can mix them with regular oil paints, as soon as you do that, well, then they're not water washable anymore. Well, Renlor, hopefully those have they've been okay. They've been super, super helpful, especially the fluoros, and then all of those, well, not radiant radiance, right, Renler? I have a bunch of those out here on the palette too, actually, right now. So they've actually been pretty helpful. They definitely have a little different texture, right, Randler? And of course, the pre-glaze kind of becomes not a thing you can do, but we didn't do pre-glaze on this because, well, that's how we started out. Again, that's the reddish brown primer mixed with the black. So yeah, he was a little bit different color right there for sure. Now, Randler, do you have? Well, I guess that was at the 38, right? That's the regular colors, the set of 38. Well, this technically is two sets. I also I do like the titanium white so much. I actually got a set of 3 of the tubes of it. I have no idea. I know the price kind of bounces up and down. We'll leave that darker there. Renlor, and where's the figure here? I think I got it here. Nah, it's a little bit too hard for me to reach this time. But it all started. Is this the one? That wasn't what I wanted. What was that just snapped right there? It was this figure here. Wait a minute. Let me put this away. This is the one because there was no way pre-glaze was going to happen on that. And then there was the other, obviously, well, even something like this, right? There's no way I'm going to be able to wipe away pre-glaze in some of those places. There is absolutely no way that's going to happen. You know, things, well, even again, like our chariots or even something like that, that would be very, very, very difficult to do something like that with. Well, Renlor, gee whiz, we painted an awful lot of terrain, right, with the oils, MCP terrain. Actually, geez, I've got a Shatterpoint video that I'm trying to. Oh, the General Grievous. That's right. And I think I gotta make sure I do very much probably like some kind of a deck plating type base for him. I think so that we can even show up more of the source lighting. Renlor, you don't have to actually also too use them all at once. You can just incorporate a little bit. So basically, Renlor, what you could do. All right. Well, instead of using radiant green, this is basically radiant green. Instead of the radiant violet, you could use this, right? Instead of the Severus blue, you can use this right here. So just to kind of sub the ones that are more directly have a correlation there. That's funny, Renlor. I was actually gonna let's see the what is it? Sorcerer Kings, the big giant tiger dude. Actually, was gonna do a large monster series with the water washable oils on him. Okay, just because I was able to fill out the palette. Now, of course, those I'm pretty sure those are not going to allow pre-glaze any more than the Alkids do. And again, that's not just a Paul Rubens thing; that's an all Alkids thing. Found that out that basically you can't do the usual pre-glaze with the Alkids. It really doesn't work very well. See you later there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. So yeah, Renlor, I was going to be painting him, but I couldn't quite figure, do I want to just go with like a sandy type base for him or whatever? And I think what I might do is just like a Scopy marble base or something like that so that I can just paint some kind of nice design on there instead of what kind of texture roller should I use. Okay, nope, nope, nope. I mean, a little bit more of that dark over here, and then on the mouth here, I think too. See you later, Rottweiler. Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow if you could. So thank you so much, Rottweiler. Appreciate you being here. The angel decided. Wait, 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 what? Someone blinked. Someone must have blinked. It wasn't me though. That's for sure. Like you know, have you ever just tried like closing your eyes? It's like, dude, do you see any eyebrows here? I don't see any eyebrows. What does that have to do with it? Um, Maybe I meant to say eyelids. You didn't hear that. See you later, there, Rottweiler. As we say, don't blink. If you blink, you're certainly gonna miss something. Now I don't know how many times you have blinked in the last 4 hours and 21 minutes. So see you later there, Rottweiler. Couldn't resist doing that one. Yep, that just kind of had to happen. Also for Grand Oracle. So thanks, Grand Oracle. Well, we'll see you later tonight, because we'll be at this again. We'll be painting another one of these. Now again, whether it's the big boss man or whether it's another one of the minion guys or both, we'll see how that works out. It depends if I'm able to get the that Chat GPT thing to create the design that I need. That is, I guess, something I'll be trying to do tonight. So I'll have to make sure I have the pictures taken of these. Oh yeah, more here on the light there. Another little cascade of highlights here. Again, there's just little things. And where's our Kathy figure? And that kind of shows here again. See that little chain of highlights that happens here? Even the chain of darks, that's what we're trying to do here in a much smaller way. Hey there, recoil. Wow, exit Rottweiler, enter recoil. So recoil, look at this. The Dockers are laying the hammer down on the Giants here. That's a big deal because I think there was a 12 versus 8, right, Rottweiler? Or sorry, right, recoil. Also, recoil. Is it Dream Night at the G or something like that? Because they have all the indigenous names and all the logos are changed. So they kind of have, especially for well, even Adelaide, I guess, sort of tried to do that. Now the doggies are sticking with their old Footscray logo there because of the 100-year anno, but I know that Fremantle and Adelaide, they all kind of went different with they have the kind of the indigenous look there. So I wasn't sure if that meant Dream Night at the G. The last time I saw that, obviously, was way back in 2008 when we used to get to see the games. Drop some of that in there. So yeah, it is again a lot of your teams again have that Not the Suns. They have their super modern looking logo there. Let me. Yeah, let's get some lighter stuff there. Rico, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. Oh, that's right, Rico. That was last week. Okay. Yeah, I didn't actually see too many highlights from that game. I mean, I wasn't exactly seeking those out, but because it was a little too sloppy there. Well, Renlor, that's fine because right with the oil paints, less is more and more is way too much. For me, I'm actually working with the oils are thinner than the acrylics. So yeah, the oil paints, of course, it's way easier to make the oil paints a lot thinner than the acrylics. Not necessarily glaze type form, but a lot of dry brushing. Tons and tons of dry brushing, and that's how we got started with these. That's the whole non-pre-glaze process is the dry brush stuff. And yeah, sorry that things have been all so crazy with Mom and the folks not quite really willing to be putting forth the effort they should, right, Recoil? So yeah, and well, it's actually the purple got almost a 30-point lead, and it's fourth quarter time. So that's going to have a big impact on the ladder for sure. Yeah, this Aussie Rules football update brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Nice to see you there, Tau Tactician. Happy Saturday. And of course,
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun,
thank you so much. Appreciate that. Because it's all for the greater good, right, Tau Tactician? It is all for the greater good. Actually, we did paint, what, 3 sets of 7 there? Oh, let me see. Where is out there you are? It's like, so that's some pretty interesting armor your horse has there. It's like, that's some pretty interesting fur you got all over your face. It's like, well, I got a tail too. You gonna make fun of that also? It's like, actually, I was just gonna make fun of the fact that you smell like catnip. You're not also gonna say you have a laser pointer, do you? Because this dude will be in big trouble. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. What is going to happen on our big old Gandalf 6 here for Tau Tactician? Oh, he just does survive with a 2. So Renlor, it's as little paint as possible. Like we're doing it right here, Renler. We're actually doing that right here. So think almost less than 0% paint on the brush. That's how dry the dry brush is. So much appreciated there, Renlor. And again, I hope everybody had some fun up there tonight at the dinner there. And again, Tau Tactician, thank you so much for the follow. That is appreciated. Rico, though, I think you saw the pictures of the sand, not the sand, the dust storm here. And I did ask around, not just other folks my age, but folks that were a good 10, 15 years older than me, and they do not remember dust storms here. So everybody check out that Instagram link there that Renlord just shared. And everybody maybe give Renler a follow as well. Renler, you can always shoot me a message there, on the Instas or something like that, and say, hey, I'm thinking of approaching it this way or something like that. You always want to ask some questions there. Just shoot me something on the Instas. So recoil, we thought that the storm stuff was bad yesterday. It was really just to just do a quick little Google search. I would not be surprised if maybe there was multiple EF4 tornadoes today. Maybe EF5. It's always now the wind speeds. If you were to just go by wind speed, a lot of these would be EF5s, 4 plus or 5s, but they only go by damage. And if it happens in a rural area where there's really not a lot to be hit, they tend to kind of downgrade a little bit the severity of it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we find out there had to be some 4s out there. Either that or there were some really strong 2s that just happened to hit the right spot. Yeah, recoil. We had the wildfires in 2023 in Canada. I think, well, you remember hearing about those in the chat, right, Recoil? It actually was not the worst summer here because all of that stuff in the sky actually kind of cooled things down, potentially about 5 to 7 degrees. So yeah, it's basically almost a 30-point lead there. Can the Dockers hold on to this? So yeah, Renlor just with the Alkids there, it's more of a, again, you do the dry brush approach, and then everything becomes more of a glaze slash pin line wash after that. Renlor, it might not be the worst idea. Maybe you just kind of do a black and white, just something like this, a value study, one light color, one dark color, and that way you don't have to be worrying about colors and all that kind of stuff. All you have to do is just deal with those two. That might not be the worst thing to take on, and you may not want to again use brand new paints that you've never used before on a project that you really got your heart set on, coming out very nicely. Maybe again, you'd use was it some Reaper Bones figs or something like that, and you try them out with that stuff. That way you don't have to be super anxious or anything about what might happen. I think it's over now, Recoil, because now it's a 35-point lead, just 1.5 minutes in. That didn't take long. Now, of course, that kind of was playing itself out last week with another certain team. You know what? Yeah, that's here. Okay, we're going to go. Where's my. Here's that super translucent type stuff, and that is going to go there. And now look at this. There's the blending brush to let those get blended together. So yeah, recoil, it's what, about an hour, 10 minutes or so is bounce. I'll try to have my score tracker up. I think I'm going to be doing adding some grass tufts and ground cover. Actually, I might even be doing that to this here because, well, again, all that stuff is going to be dry anyway, mostly dry. Oh, that's right, and they're playing that one potentially indoors because what used to be Etihad Stadium is now Marvel Stadium. Let me snag some of this green over here, and even this is going to be a little bit of a glazy thing that's going to happen right in there, but it's not a pin line wash. It's just enough to sort of break that down. So yeah, Renler, it's really nice to have that. What would you say? I don't want to say guinea pig type pieces there, but it's stuff. If things don't work out exactly as you hoped, you're like, well, okay, whatever. It was a practice piece, right? And again, thank you so much for the sub. It really, really, really helps a whole bunch. Oh, and recoil, here's something that surface tension created based on all of the weather stuff that's been going on here. Now, he did do this in Chat GPT, although he said it took a lot of prompting. So yeah, that's he based that on basically that's a medieval max velocity right there. So he could not resist. He did that during the stream. There's that same bit of that. Now that's a very opaque green. That's kind of the opposite of our Indian yellow, which is hyper translucent. This, totally the opposite, hyper opaque. So yeah, recoil. He really did an amazing job on that. I think both of these games are in the books, and now it's a 41-point lead. So I guess you could say the Dockers are home, though they've sailed into port. I think. I think anchors away for the Dockers. More of that same green gonna go in there, and then see our oranges, right? Those. Let's get that too. That little bit of red there's kind of weird. Uh, Now that would be their alternate logo, right? Recoil. So instead of the purple anchor, it would just be a pair of khakis. Yeah, that would be the alternate Dockers logo there. So you have Fremantle up by 41 now over the Greater Western Sydney Giants. That's quite the tumble there. I think in recent seasons, GWS is never quite the same after a tussle with Footscray. Let me see. You know what? I'm going to take my violet and mix that with this green. Again, trying to basically make a gray. Yeah, these are the same golds that are up here, but if it's supposed to be super reflective and shiny, then it best to be greenish gray because, again, that's what's down here. Holy smokes, what's 47 now? Well, this is actually recoil. This is good. That's going to be quite the percentage buster right there. That will be, well, actually, maybe not too much. Because actually, well, the doggies better win because if they don't, actually the Dockers will take over that spot. Yeah, actually, they'll probably be like a 10th or 11th on that ladder. And try and get me a little more of the lighter gray on the horse's leg there. Yeah, we're seeing a couple of massacres there, as they say. Lighten you. Oh wow, there's a whole other skelly. There's a couple of other skellies over here. Let's get a little something something on them. So yeah, Renlor, if that doesn't sound too bad, just maybe uh, Van Dyke Brown or something. That was just Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. That wolf there. That's actually one of the Dark Sword videos. Now I might try to do another kind of value study type thing, but maybe we'll do it with the oh yeah, maybe with the coal black and the titanium white from Paul Rubens. So, well, Geelong is definitely going to be in. Well, let's see. I don't know. It depends. No, I don't think they'll be able to surpass Hawthorn. Well, maybe their percentage. I don't know. But GWS, though, if they lose bad enough here, they might be underwater on percentage, just like Essington or Essendon. That's just so weird. Somebody that 2 games up and they're down underwater on percentage. More of our night here again. 4 hours 43 minutes ago, this thing had no paint on it whatsoever. That's the beauty of the oil paints. Nope, that doesn't go there. This is the beauty of the oil paints too. Is oh look at that! It's like I got an eraser. Basically, just wiped out that thing and got after it again. Looks like they just kicked another one there, recoil. So, yep, that I think both of these are very much in the can. Nice to see you there, Scrap Metal. Happy Saturday, Scrap Metal Dragon. Appreciate you being here. Of course, the Scrap Metal, here's hoping that you've had yourself a fabulous week and your Saturday's going well. That, oh yeah, here we are. Let me go back to this stuff. There again, that is just about tinting that, and now here we're gonna get our green, which is over here, and that is gonna go down there. Like that. More of that here. Ah, It's another spot I can get me some of that green right down in there. Let me see, did we... I'm just looking at my reds there. No, I don't think I want to go that much. Actually, that's what I'll do. I'll go dark. When in doubt, make things darker. Ah, that's fantastic, scrap metal. I mean, this is a cuisine channel after all. And, well, actually, I do have a bunch of cookbooks. I end up doing a lot of Googling stuff. Maybe it's because it's just, okay, well, we're going to do this in the air fryer now. Or we're looking to do this crazy new recipe or whatever. So I end up working from a lot of internet recipes, not so much from cookbook recipes. Again, I have a bunch of them. I should maybe try to grab some of those. And I don't know, every time I look at those, it always it just seems like the securing the ingredients is going to be more difficult because well, the grocery store here is not big. I kind of basically tend to work with recipes that kind of align with what my grocery store can handle. Okay, yeah, see, those got lighter just by making this stuff down here darker. Yeah, Renlor, that is the plan. Again, unless something weird happens, I'm supposed to be in the Badger airbrush booth there. Well, looky here, Spark Minis ended a little bit earlier than I was thinking. Everybody, please give Spark Minis a follow. So happy stream anniversary there, Spark Minis. Actually, I thought you were doing a 24-hour. Yeah, I saw you over there, and I was like, oh, I wonder if it's another 24-hour stream. Everybody, please give Spark Minis a follow. Of course, Spark Minis, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. It is the Cavalry channel here again because we are doing some of these mounted barristers from Creature Caster. This is one we painted before. This one, 4 hours and 47 minutes ago, well, he looked like this right here. So that's in the last 4 hours, 47 minutes. You made it to 15 hours. I know it gets really exhausting. And again, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Everybody give Spark Minis a follow. Also, Inganes. So great to see you there, Inganes. Last night on stream, we did this. Again, more horsies right there. More horsies. And again, we've been doing a lot of different things. We've actually been doing an awful lot of busts on stream. This is one that we did a few weeks ago. This is one we did on Tuesday of this week here. No, the tribute figure here where I took actually, where is it? Here it is. This is the tribute figure, and we turned into a colossal size Kathy. We also made Jiro much bigger. He's a little bit bigger there, and then did some other little extra fun things on that. So again, if you want to share anything, Spark Minis, please go ahead. That'd be fabulous. That was actually FDM printed as well, like this one. So yeah, this is actually an FDM print, another bust that we painted on stream. Nice to see you there, Denethor. Oh, that sounds really cool, Renlor. See you later there, Sparkmania. I know it was a 15-hour stream, and you definitely got to try and get yourself some rest there. Nice to see you there, Slang. Everybody, please give Sleepy Slang a follow as well. So Spark Minis, Sleepy Slang, Denethor. Of course, Denethor, you want to share your stuff again? Please go ahead. And of course, Slang, why don't you share some stuff too in the chat? And Enrico, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff yet. I don't think so. I guess they're still kicking him there because, wow, it's still, I see one with 33. Now I'm seeing 93 there, Recoil. That is going to be a monster percentage booster right there. Well, that sounds really fantastic, scrap metal. Again, there's so many things that I want to try. So many things that I want to do with the different recipes and such. That's why this is the cuisine channel. So everybody please check out that Insta link there that Recoil just shared. So there was no other painting today. Today was, well, today was another weather day, complete with dust storms. And actually trying to get garden stuff planted. Everybody check out that Discord link there that Denethor just shared, and everybody please give Denethor a follow while you're at it. Renlor, actually, that's something that I would love to have way more often. That is something I could easily have a couple times a week. So it's actually, well, it'll be pretty difficult to show, but it was some hostas in an area where it's almost like Wales, where the shade gets shade. So there's really not a whole bunch. It's me just trying to actually yank out weeds. And then in this area where there's been nothing planted for decades, and again it's kind of an area stuck in between two garages, so it is all nothing but shade. And we'll see if we can get these hostas to grow there. Oh, that sounds fantastic, Renlor. So they're hostas, Hastas, I believe is how those are spelled. Again, it's a very simple shade plant, nothing special. I'm just hoping that those essentially overpower the weeds. So the smoked salmon, I'm usually like salmon fillets. That's kind of my thing. Everybody again, check out that link that Recoil just shared. Let me lighten up that just to see. Yeah, this will definitely right there. Again, I'm just gonna. This is another instance of dry brushing right here. So, wow. Okay, now I'm seeing 3 digits. I'm seeing a lot of threes, except the problem is that I believe Adelaide has. Have they even taken the field, Recoil, in the fourth quarter, or did they just kind of sit there on the bench and just let the Cats just do kicking practice there? So Denethor, yeah, just look up hostas. Again, that's Hastas. My sister was able to get a bunch of those to grow in shady areas around her house there. Yeah, because now it's a 67-point lead. I swear it was 21 points when the quarter started. Try and find me a little bit extra light right there on that. So yeah, we got a better idea of how we want to approach this bit here too. Nice to see you there, Arid. So it's the big acorn part there, Denethor. That's what it got cranky about. Believe me, Denethor, when you're working with the AI, you're like, what in the world could possibly violate any policies here? It always seems to find a way. Yep. Well, you just found out there, Denethor. So, Arid, if you want to share your Pinterest link in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Arid, I hope that your Friday stream was sensational. Everybody, please give Arid Kinwave a follow. Let me work in some of that here. Yeah. Glad that you were able to get a bunch of stuff done there, Arid. Let me see that here, and hopefully things. I know there was the 2 weeks notice put in and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully that situation also has continued to be a positive one. Something a little bit, yeah, a little bit more of our light there. And again, thanks to everybody for coming in with the Spork Minis raid. And again, everybody here, if you could please give Spork Minis a follow. We should have had a hype train for Spork Minis streamiversary there. We should have had the choo-choo come out. Let me do this here. Yeah, Denethor, I was like, okay, Spark Minis is streaming. I wonder, that's an unusual time for Spark Minis to be streaming. And then I'm like, those hands don't belong to Spark Minis. So that's why I thought maybe it was a 24-hour stream, because sometimes there's a substitute or two during the stream. Yeah, Irid, especially after all the craziness, right? Yeah, that was, it wasn't that long ago. It was really only really months ago, right? I mean, when you think about it, where that really got mischievous. Let me lighten up these couple of guys here. Oh, well, I don't know. They're staging a huge comeback here. Recoil. They kicked a goal. Okay. That's what I thought. So that's why I figured that Spark Mini was sleeping there. Oh yeah, I did see Serena's in the chat. Let me touch more of our light down there with this stuff. Oh yeah, here we're gonna switch back to this is our, whoops, no, the Van Dyke brown here with some of the Indian yellow. Let's roll with some of that. Nope, no more of that. Over there. Toning that down. What's going on with this? What is happening there? Let me go back to our green over here. It's pointed towards the ground anyhow, so. There we are. And I'm going to move this out of the way here. Safer place. Now there's some of that yellow in with our green. That's that super opaque chromium oxide green. So Denethor, that Dark Sword stuff, just look up Dark Sword miniatures. Actually, Denethor, I have a whole Dark Sword painting level on the Patreon page. There's a whole, I think there's almost 100 well, actually, technically, there's over 100 Dark Sword videos. And actually, there's at least one or two, actually, there's at least two Dark Sword dioramas. And the idea, Denethor, is all the Dark Sword, well, at least initially, maybe not as many now, but all of the Dark Sword figures were all based on Larry Elmore paintings, and then some other some other folks' artwork. And what I would do is I would take the miniatures and I would try to recreate the painting. They're on the blog actually, and I'm hoping to do that with some of the Dark Sword figs. I actually have some of them. Uh, and with the 3D printing, I think it'll be a lot easier to do that. So yeah, just look up Dark Sword miniatures there, and you should really see some really interesting stuff. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. There is the blog for you. Just go check out the blog. That was really the first social media thing that I really did, was the blog back in 2012. That's when that started. And I used to do all kinds of step-by-step articles there. And then people said, well, wait a minute, why don't you do videos? And I said, well, don't have a camera. That could be difficult. And that's what led to the Kickstarter. Oh, thanks for the Kickstart right there, Erin. Appreciate that. Ooh. Yeah. A little bit of medicine low on right there. So thank you so much, Erin. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Erica Web a follow. So it's been quite the, well, between the house stuff and everything else, it's been one heck of a 3-year stretch, hasn't it? So Denethor, you should just be able to send me a direct message. And of course, Denethor, if that doesn't work, you can always just shoot me an Instagram message. I mean, it'd be the same thing either way, right? Wouldn't matter. So yeah, Denethor, it's just based on all of their paintings there. So Renlor, this is me taking the miniatures and building a diorama around them. So yeah, I'm just taking the metal miniatures and then building the diorama around those. There was one that I built an entire farmhouse out of Sculpey. Boy, Arid, I just remember that the house search, it's even just the house search itself, right? And getting the house sold. Yeah, I don't want to bring up all those Easter eggs, right, Arid? Fine, okay, fine, we'll do this. I still want more of my yellow though. Up here, top part of that nose. Just for whatever reason, Eric, all of a sudden I kept thinking about the Dice Tower project. And how that last one was really that was a hurdle. And yeah, I'm just trying to think because we ended up with the concept of the Easter eggs. You know what? I think I might be able to. Did I do that on this guy? Well, sort of. That was, and again, if you want, I think you shared your Pinterest link there. But if you want to share that and let folks see some of the fabulous jewelry and all that stuff. Hey there, Camda. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erica will have just shared, and please give Eric a follow. And Eric's going to be streaming again. That is going to be 7 p.m. Pacific time. So again, everybody, please give Eric a follow. And of course, Camda, if you want to share your the bust you've been doing in the chat, also please go ahead. So yeah, Camda, the dust storm thing was absolutely bonkers here. We had pretty much half of a state wiped out and portions of other states wiped out today by tornadoes and such. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. So actually, Recoil, one of the things I'm going to be trying to do is, well, it could be a especially frustrating day because I'm going to be trying to do AI stuff also. That could be really frustrating. So yeah, the wind stuff, I mean, well, there's a reason why this is called the Windy City. But when you couple it with all the farms around here and all of the dust there, that made things extra crazy. See you later, Denethor. Again, thanks as always for being here. And hopefully, you can do some streaming then later, well, on Sunday there. So Renlor, we'll do a couple little film noirs for you here. This one, this way is always seems to be a. There we go. Let's line them up just like so. Now, when we do the film noir and you see all the reds go away, like this here, I mean, it's like they disappear. And all of the subtle contrast, right? There's no more, look at that, no more green and no more kind of orangey stuff in the armor anymore. I mean, yeah, there's still shading there, but boy, it really did lose a lot of the interest. Again, all the greens and the golds there in the armor, those are all gone. Let's bring them back. I mean, even now you can see that's like 10% color back. We're working our way to 50, working our way, there we go, we're at 50 now, and again, you can see the bluish colors here in the hair, right, a little bit of bluishness there, you got your yellows there, you got the reds over here, some of these greens and oranges, here, let's flip this around here, you can really see it there, right, your greens, you got the oranges there, so much more of a contrasty thing right there. So thanks so much, Denethor, appreciate that. And thanks, Camda. Now again, well, that's here. Let's grab this one. Right, so see all the rosy colors there. We got some almost grayish greens in this skin. Here, let's go like this. I mean, yeah, there's shading there, but boy, that really doesn't have quite the zip anymore, does it? Because you don't see the rosy colors in the flesh. You don't see the greenish colors. Bring it back again, almost there. There we go. So again, you can see I got some of the green in the neck, there in the shoulder. Then they got the more the rosy stuff. And if you look at that green over there, those are little subtle things that make a big difference. Because the eyeballs are always looking for something interesting. Want to give them something interesting to look at, don't you? Speaking of reflected light, what about this stuff here? Whoops, too much. Holy smokies, that would have been way too much. little something something there. Oh yeah, and that gem. Even if I just get a little bit of red on there. There we go. That's more like it. No, we're not going to mess around with that one too much. I think we got some of our green down there to be a bit of reflected light on that. Might try to drop a little bit of that lighter gray here. The stuff we were just using on the underside of the hammer halberd, or we would call it the lance hammer. That's it. Got our dark here. There's a bit of an edge that we want to restore up there. There we go. That was more again for the edge contrast there than it was really a light versus dark contrast. All right, we want really some sharp edges where we've got our metal. That's like the universal cartoon signature for glass is the 3 straight lines or whatever. That's kind of the universal signal for something that's metal, is a hard edge, as opposed to all the soft edges that you saw right on that bust. So yeah, Renlor, I'm telling you, using the AI, what I want to start doing is taking again the raw miniatures, picture of those, then bring them into the AI. Whereas here, this was just me doing some general prompts, and actually, I kind of do like the armor on that horse actually better than on the miniatures. So that's what the AI came up with for our mounted barristers. Nice to see their sculpted dreams. Sculpted dreams. If you wanted to share any of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see their sculpted dream. Well, okay, now we got a whole lot of our. So that's going to be kind of like a very dingy uh, warm gold there. And that was just a super quick thing where we just show me knights on heavy war horses that look like judges with golden armor, with lots of filigree. And I think I said that the basis should have skulls and scrolls, and well, it really spat out something that was pretty useful. It's the sharing channel. There you go, Sleepy Sling. It's the sharing channel. Got some more of our green down there. Also going to have some of that over here. So slaying, these are from Creature Caster, and 3D printed from Creature Caster. Here we go. Here's some of the Creature Caster horses. We did this one, and well, we've done 2 of these actually for our painting horse breed series. So this was our first one, the Dapple Gray. So here's again, that's another Creature Caster horsey right there. I think there's 3 poses of these. I'll be doing another one of these right here. Oh, no problem there, Sculpted Dreams. I know that is a difficult thing to learn and master too. So, well, here's hoping that that all works out great for you. Well, Sleepy's saying this is a Game of Thrones, or this is a soft Song of Ice and Fire channel, right? I mean, actually, I gotta redo these right here. Where's my where are you guys hiding? So I'm gonna be redoing these guys again because that was super fun. We painted these up on stream years ago, and that was where we did the Daz air dry clay for the sand. Because I haven't done that in a while because well, we haven't been able to do as much with our Harad army ever since the craziness. Yeah, that was very no bueno, right, Sleepy Slang? All of the stuff that you've been painting on stream and everything else for the last, oh, I don't know, year and a half or more. Let's just wipe that out of the game. Okay, yeah, can put that green in there. I'll put a little bit of it over here, just a tiny little bit there. So yeah, that altered plans just a little bit. Well, then that's kind of what led to the Trench Crusade stuff. Not we're not playing that or anything, but we just said, okay, well, let's paint this other stuff that everybody else seems to like. And then it just kind of took off from there, right, Sleepy Slang? I know you were doing a bunch of it there. Well, Sculpted Dreams, I know it's a big challenge there, but I'm sure once there'll be kind of like a point where things all just sort of come together, and it'll be much more instinctive. So see you later there, Renlor. Thank you so much for everything. Appreciate you being here. And again, I hope everybody up there had a blast. Let me darken some of that down a little bit. Yeah. Here. Nope, not up there, but down here, and then maybe some of these on the scrolls here. Yeah, let's get some of that red a little darker. I mean, it is in shadow after all. Yeah, it should be perhaps a little darker. And there's another edge that I want to darken up here. Let me get the Mars black, some of the indigo together, and actually here that there's actually armor in there. I did not think there was armor down there, but there is. I guess I'm going to hit some of that from this side too. Okay, fine, we'll do that. I really wish that Armored Wolf and I, we both want to learn that Sleepy Slang, if anything else, to make basing bits. I mean, even if all I ever made was stuff that goes on bases or dioramas or something like that, you know, doesn't have to be miniatures. Other people do miniatures. But just to be able to go, okay, I need this one basing bit. Of course, again, being able to search my mini factory or something is not the worst thing in the world. But sometimes you really need that extra bit of customization where you're really looking for a certain specific thing and you just can't necessarily find it. got a little bit. I don't want to get too much with that gray there because yeah, we need some dark in there. Let's not lose too much of that dark. Yeah, Camda, that is one of those things where I'm just Armored Wolf and I, we say, could there just well, that's where we need those Tuesdays, right? Armored Wolf. That's supposed to be what Tuesdays are for. I wonder. Okay, yeah, the rust on this blade. Hey, we have done that yet. It's okay. We got our rust right here. Where's my? Ah, there it is. There's some of the asphaltum. Also some of our rust. That'll just go right here. Blammo, simple. So yeah, if we could just like it look like for an army painting series or something like that. I said, boy, you know, this stuff kind of is close, but it's not quite what I need. I guess, well, we're getting closer and closer to first bounce there. Recoil. Maybe, that's also gotta get sprayed a little bit more there. Now, while this is a cuisine channel after all, so baking is just fine. Now, oh yeah, that went a little wonky there. Now let's get a little bit more of the lighter stuff on the bottom part of the skull's jaw here. There we go. Because it kind of didn't have anything down there. Yep, Slaying, we are masters of the cookies. It's like, well, if he was such a master, then maybe he could have given me some eyelids. It's like, really? I don't know if that's such a big deal for you. He's like, yeah. What's that thing you're poking at me, huh? Someone could really lose an eye that way. It actually happened several times with the Weeping Angel. Yeah, there were multiple times where the eyes, well, over the course of the last 4 years, had to be, shall we say, reapplied. Actually, well, required. It's also supper time. Yeah, didn't we say that 4 o'clock? What? Geez, it's 4:13. Yeah, it is supper time. So I think that is maybe we're in a, yeah, it was 4:13. Yes, it is indeed supper time. So I want to say thanks to everybody for joining here. Again, all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers. Also, thank you so much, Arid, for the contribution there. We will be painting, well, just a matter of hours from now. We're going to be painting more of these guys. And again, 5 hours, 25 minutes ago, that's what this guy looked like right here. So yeah, that's again, these are from Creature Caster. Got the mounted barristers here. So thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that, and thank you so much, Armored Wolf. See you later, there, Sleepy Slang. Let me see. I think here. Let's try to find. Oh, thanks, recoil. Is that how many minutes we got? Oh, that's right about how many minutes we got. Uh-oh. We might have to refill this for the game there, recoil. Might have to refill that. Thank you so much, recoil. Appreciate that. I think we'll just go this way here. So let's get Iron Ant some stuff going on here. So thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. And well, it's we convene very soon, don't we? So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you well later today.